Hello, hello. Welcome back. We are continuing our little conquest. A Redux store is in the making. Oops. Hold on. Where's my chat at? Think it's fine? Oh no. Oh, there we go. Hooray! Lynn! Hello. How's your little app coming? You got your authentication and stuff sorted? I have a long night ahead of me. Jeez. Don't even know where to begin at this point. I think I need to begin by removing all these freaking console logs. Hunt them down. So the one thing I do know is if I click the login button, it like tries to log in. Actually, I haven't even seen. Does it actually hit the server? Does it try to connect to the server? That's something I haven't checked. Logs. Got into auth. When was this? This is old now. Okay, this looks old. I don't think it's actually done anything. No errors. Oh, hold on. This was when I was down. So let's try to hit the login. Yeah, so we don't get an input, so it's not actually getting to the server. But you know what's really cool and weird? It's a side effect. It's trying to begin the login process when you click on the login button. And that's kind of what you want to happen. I mean, in the sense of, do you see the action? User login request. That kind of is what you want. You click on login, it shows the model, and it would be cool if the action is user login request. It's just not yet. The login request is when you put these two in and you click on login. So maybe I shouldn't have it like that. Because yeah, that's an unintended side effect. Wow, so much happened last night, Lynn. Just reduces galore. We have a store now, at least. You can see here what state is. It's set logging in to true. I can see the different state values that happened. So here's the initial value. There was nothing in authentication, and then when we hit the login request, logging in is true. I watched for a bit this morning. Yeah, I remember you were here earlier. And it's cool because you can watch it like pan out. Isn't that cool? Like you can watch what happened, more or less. It's kind of creepy. But LogRocket kind of uses that. Now the only issue is, shouldn't it be if I go to another page that the state doesn't get wiped? Why does state get wiped? Or is it because I'm physically reloading? Maybe it only works for React Router. I'm guessing it's because I'm physically entering something into the URL, and then that causes like a hard refresh. I guess I shouldn't think of Redux Store as a permanent state. It's like there for as long as you're doing stuff in your app, but the moment you reload the app, everything in the store gets wiped, I guess. So unless you store it to local storage. I mean, we could always look at that later. Yeah. What do we do, Lynn? Help me. Lynn. I don't know where to begin. At least I'm fresh today. I don't feel as tired as yesterday. I'm so lost. I don't want to look at it because I'm going to dread looking at it. I feel very claustrophobic. I don't know if you ever get that. But I look at my code and it's just, because of how we refactored everything, there's just so many folders and files. And it scares me. I know it's supposed to make things easier, and at least, yeah, I will know where things are. I know a page, there will be a login page, you see? Admin? Well, actually, no, it will be in a component. But I know where things pretty much are. I know that all the buttons will be in buttons, and I know, you know, but I don't know, it's scary. There's so many things. Can I collapse all? Is there a collapse all? Hide, show, hide many. No, that's not what I want to do. How do I collapse you guys? Maybe I have too many folders. So we have components, actions, constants, data, helpers, reducers, roots. Now shouldn't that be part of a store? Because reducers, actions, all of these things are relevant only to a Redux store, aren't they? Actions, constants, and reducers. Including the fact that we have a file in here, where is it? In helper, that's called store. Now I'm contemplating if I just create a store folder that has actions, components, roots. I mean, not roots, reducers in it. Like, where would we use a reducer outside of Redux? Like, that's specifically a Redux thing, isn't it? And actions are a Redux thing as well. So this guy split everything in a source folder, but maybe we can have like either a Redux folder or a store folder. Let's see, is there an icon for store? No, so people clearly don't use it. Is there an icon for Redux? Oh, there is. There is. There's an icon for Redux. So maybe I should put it in the Redux folder. Because then we know everything relating to Redux is in there, no? Do we like that? Is that better? And then we have this user inside of services. And this is specifically for the user in services is specifically, I'm trying to see it like abstracted if it's native to Redux. And I'm not doing anything specific to Redux here. It's literally just a call to the API and we get a response. So we could potentially plug this in to something else. That's actually really cool the way we did this. Because the action will dispatch the request to the reducer and the reducer will call the function in the service. So in that sense, we don't have to worry about grouping this. It's not coupled to Redux is what I mean. So we can eventually, if we wanted to, get rid of Redux, and the functions that we have that handle the connections to our API would still be valid. So that's really cool. So then these can stay in the services folder. The user, that can be a service. That's fine. But then I think we'll stick the reducers, the constants, the actions will be in the Redux folder. Because right now those are all specific to Redux. So I'm going to go ahead and move those. Shove them into their shiny new home. And the cool thing about VS Code, it detects all of those changes now. And it's going to ask me in a bit to update my sources. Which is amazing. Because imagine you didn't have that, and then you move things around, and you have to now go and, like, you know, when you refactor. And then under the helper, we no longer need... The fuck? What? Oh, okay, never mind. I think Dropbox was trying to sync that. Then in our helper, where we have store, we can move that into Redux. And there we are. The one thing that I need to learn properly today is how exports work, because there's a lot of confusion. I'm used to module.exports, and apparently if you export default, at least when it comes to reducers, it somehow sees a default key or something, like I read something about that. And I always get confused with the destructuring, because if you export as an object, you can destructure that object. But apparently there's something weird with export default. And you obviously can't export default an object, you have to export, just export the object. So there's so many things to keep in mind. I need to make sure I'm getting what I think I'm getting. Okay, here's our store. What is wrong with this? Redux DevTools extension should be listed in the project's dependencies, not dev dependencies. But wouldn't that be a part of a development cycle? When would you ever ship your app with DevTools? I mean, that's not really an issue right now, but okay, I'll keep that in mind. Then we got our Thunk middleware from Redux Thunk. Then we have create logger from Redux Logger. Does this export a list of options? Export default logger. But why am I... You see, this is why I get confused. If it's exporting literally just logger, wait, what is logger? Maybe logger is an object. Export const. Wait, you can export multiple things? What? I thought you could only ever have one export. You can have multiple exports. What? What the fuck? So logger is redux.middleware. What is Redux? Middleware. Is it literally... So what is logger essentially? What is it doing? Do you have any idea why? Because it's a redux.middleware, but why am I destructuring it when I import it? Do you have any idea why I would be doing that? Because over here I'm importing create. Oh, it's create logger, not logger. That exports logger. Where's create logger? Never mind. Create. Oh, there it is. Create logger. So if that's a function, then why am I... How does that work? No, I'm trying to look at this, Lynn. I'm importing create logger, but I'm destructuring, right? Create logger from Redux logger, and create logger is a function. Create logger will be a function where you import it. But what if I didn't reduce it and I just import create logger? I'm just happy we got our store working. Authentication, logging in, true. Yay! But yeah, it'll be nice to figure out how these imports work before I proceed, because I've messed up so many things with these import exports. You have to use destructuring because it's a named export. Okay, what do you mean by that, by named? All I see it's a function, create logger. Let me Google named export so long. Wait, so you have to export default if you want to import it without destructuring. How is it a named export though? It's a function, create logger. It doesn't have a name, or am I missing something? Let's read this article. So ES6 provides us to import a module and use it in other files. Strictly speaking, in React terms, one can use stateless components in other components by exporting the component from their respective modules and using it in other files. ES6 provides two ways to export a module: from a file, named export, and default export. Named export, export. With named exports, one can have multiple named exports per file. Oh, multiple, right. Then import the specific exports they want surrounded in braces. Oh. The name of the imported module has to be the same as the name of the exported module. So example. Importing a single named export. Import my component from my component. Importing multiple name components. Import my component 2 from my component. Okay, my component I assume is a JS file. Giving a named import a different name. Yeah, as. I know about as. Exports from my component.js file. Export const my component. Okay. Export const my component. Okay, so that's export. So if you export default, okay. You're doing this. Export function create logger. This is a named export. I guess I assume named would be something in an object where you have name and then the value would be, you know, associated to that. Because if you do module.exports in Node, it creates an object of exports and then you access them by name, you know what I mean? So I don't know how JavaScript does that. I think I'm so used to Node that it's tripping me up, and it's about time like I learned the difference because I messed up badly last night. Okay, this is a default export. Export default create logger. Okay. Can you only have one default? Can you have a default and regular exports? Because I think I saw it in this file. So the default is logger and all of these are named. So how would I get logger if I wanted logger? Let's say I try to import. So import, would I just do import logger from file? Would I get logger like that? Would that give me logger? And then if so, what would happen if I did this? Import logger from file. If I destructured it. Because destruction usually means you're dealing with an object, no? So I'll then assume React kind of like puts them in an object, all of the exports. Hurricane, hey. We thumin? We thumin? I thought we thunkin. But I mean, we can thum too. Or do you mean the thum? Foos. We thumin. You got the thum, Hurricane. You can't destructure it if you export default it. Okay, what happens? Do you get an error if you try to destructure something that's not an object, but is a constant that exists? I haven't actually tested that. Should we try quickly? Go to like CodePen and create an object and create a variable and see what happens if you destructure just a variable. I was always curious because I could have sworn someone did that once and it made no sense to me. Okay, so there's my object, my variable. Okay, so let's log those out first. Console is not defined. What? Is it joking right now? Oh, for fuck's sakes, my keyboard, I hate it. Double types at times. There, my var is the variable, my object is the object. Okay, now destructure the object. It's gonna be fun. My object, where there's nothing to destructure, you get, drumroll please. Come on, you can do it. No? Did you just give up now? Okay. Nothing? No? Not even a little bit? Jesus Christ, did it just like time out? What happened? Yeah, no, I'm trying to see what happens when you you mess around with it. Destructure the object. You get an object which creates an object. Okay, so that would just put it in an object, like I thought. So we have an object in an object now. And now, if I do something that doesn't exist from my object, we should hopefully get an error. Not is not defined. Not is not defined! Good. And then key from my object. We got the object. Okay, what else did I want? Oh, I wanted to see what happens if you destructure a variable. Okay, that's not how you spell destructure, but it's fine. This is just gonna stick it into a... well, it should stick it into an object. Come on. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you. Why is it taking so long? Oh, type error. Error processing pen. Oh, we just broke it. Oh, wonderful. I don't know why we broke it by just doing that. I don't think you can destructure it directly in the console. You sure? Okay. Test 1. Hold on. Test 1 and test 2. Go. Oh. Never mind. Wait. There you go. So that should give me key from my object. That should just... why is it taking so long? So the variable, my object, key is the object, right? Then where's test 1? Oh, never mind. So that should be key. We breaking CodePen. Amazing. Come on, CodePen. Keep it together. By the time CodePen decides to respond, I'm gonna be already forgetting what we're trying to achieve right now. Come on. Is CodePen like having issues for anyone else? Should we go to another one? CodePen, you disappoint me. What's the other one? JS Fiddle. It's fine, CodePen, I'll go somewhere else. You don't love me anymore. Not a problem. See how fast that was? So the variable, my object, okay, destructure the object, becomes the object, beautiful. Destructure the variable, sticks it in an object, which I thought. Now we're gonna do... I wonder, this probably won't work, because you're declaring my var from my var. So that shouldn't work. Is there anything else? Could we put a string in there? That will, okay, so clearly that can't work. And if you try to destructure, this would just be assigning it to that value. And if you try to do this, what if I, what if we change this to a let and then redeclared it? It's already been declared. What if we, yeah, and you can't really, yeah, because you can't destructure and assign it to that value. And that's gonna, wait, what's the issue here? Is that still an issue? See what happens. That's undefined. So test from myvar gives us undefined. Okay, so you can't destructure a non-object or just a plain variable that has a string. Okay, that answers my question. Okay, we're good. So back to this, named export. So you export something that, so a function is named, a const is named, export default is not named, okay. Import all the named exports onto an object. Import, yeah, I've seen this before, everything as main components from my component. So main components will have everything from my component, right? Is that every single function, or what does that mean, that everything? What if I had a console log? Would it include the console log into main components? Everything that you export. Oh, okay. So not, okay, that makes sense. Because I used to think it reads the entire file. So it will only import things that you export. Nice, so they paired. So default export. One can have only one default export per file. When we import, we have to specify a name and import like. Import my default from, okay. Export my component. Export default my component. The naming of import is completely independent in default export and can use any name we like. The naming of import is completely independent in default export. And we could, okay. So if I'm reading this correctly, does that mean if I export default Bob, I can import Joe from the file that has Bob? Is that what it means? Import React from React, right. But that could be anything then technically, couldn't it? Because you're not destructuring, so I assume that's the export default. Right, but we could call it like React 10 or whatever, right? Because if it's an export default, you can import it as whatever you like, right? Yeah, I get the, so that it has to export user state. And if it didn't export user state, we wouldn't get it. Okay, cool. Concerning the default export, there's only a single default export per module. A default export can be a function, a class, an object, or anything else. This value is to be considered as the main exported value since it will be the simplest to import. Okay, now that we're understanding that a bit better, I'm going to keep that open in case I need to refer back to it while we do this. I should probably undo this. So why did I get confused in my actions? Let's go have a look. Alert, for example. We have a const of success, a const of error, and a const of clear, right? Now I'm choosing to export like this. Apparently I couldn't export default. It had an issue when I did this. Oh wait, I could. So if I export default but it doesn't have a name, what does this mean? Am I just exporting a... This is an object, right? Because destructuring as of lately, I don't know why it's been confusing me. So this is not destructuring, is it? This is just an object. We're essentially creating an object here, aren't we? So if I export default, that means I can name it whatever I want. I can call it alerts from this file. And it will be alert.success, alert.error, alert.clear. But why did I have it on export and not export default? And when I'm doing this, I'm destructuring. Wait, I'm not destructuring. You said this is for named exports. This is how you get a named export. If it's a default export, you don't stick it in the destructuring. So let's go figure out what I was trying to do and if it's right. So I was trying to get alert from constants. What the fuck? And that's confusing because there's import alert and then we're exporting alert. Oh, because it's an index file, that would make sense here. So I can also export default this, can't I? It could be export default and it'll be an object, right? So this will, by default, export an object, and whatever I name it when I import, it will contain alert and user. So in alert, when I destructure, that can be called anything. Import alert. Oh, but I'm destructuring. Will that work? Because it's an object and we're destructuring. Will it get alert from that object? Why do you have that file? Can't you just import alert directly from alert.js? I don't know, I guess I'm so used to it in Node where you have an index file and you import everything to the index file, and then from there you can import from that index file into other projects. Wouldn't you do it like that? Like, when would you use that index? I thought that was the point of it. I wouldn't do it like that in React. So you would probably do something like import alert from constants alert. Something like that, right? Yeah. Is there any like plus side to doing it this way? It's because then everything, oh, that's when if you're going to use multiple things from that file. That's what helped me when I had to use Material UI, because otherwise you would have a long list of imports. You would then just destructure, take what you want from constants. Do you see what I mean? So if I had alert and what was the other one? Let's add a lot of things in that file. Alert and user. Then I'll destructure alert and user from constants. Yeah. So that would work. But are you saying because we're not at that point yet, I shouldn't do that? Or should we leave it there for like going forward in the event that we do add more, it's already there and in place? I just feel it can scale right now, because if I need to add another constant, I just go and import it and then I just stick it in here. You probably leave it like that, yeah. You know what I just realized now? Up until now, correct me if I'm wrong, this was just export, right? So actually, when I had alert here, importing alert from constants, was I actually grabbing this alert right here? And I wasn't even using the named export. Oh wait, no, you can't import another import, never mind. Okay, never mind, I was thinking of something else. But either way, we will have this as export default. Because if I don't have this as export... Wait, if I have this as export, right? How can I import this? If I want the entire object. Is it store any name? Because I didn't add default. So how would I import this? Import from, let's say, constants. But what is the name to get this? Because it's not a default. Usually you have to give it a name. Like import Bob. Will that have the object? Because what if I had two exports? Let's say I did alert. Like that. Because now if I import Bob, is it going to complain can't find Bob from constants? Oh wait, what if I do alert? Will that have both objects? I assume it will. Alert will have both objects then. Maybe it treats it as export default. But just to be safe, I'm gonna put in export default. So that'll be the entire object now. But we want to destructure it and only grab alert. Oh, this was the issue before. Now I have that issue again. Alert not found in constants. But why? We're exporting default. How does that work? This happened to me yesterday. I like undid it and then stuck it exactly how it was, and now it doesn't work. Alert not found in constants. I'm destructuring the object. Can you not do that? You're using export default, yeah. Oh, that means you can't destructure, right? Right, okay. Okay, I gotta keep that in mind. But normally when you destructure, you would have things like this. Function alert, then your destructure alert, function user, you know what I mean, as an example. But what if they're in an object in the export? Will it see that? Is it going to take that? I just want to make sure I've got this right, so I don't like mess up going forward. Because then I assume when we import, I've never tried. Need to try things, Lynn, have fun. So import alert, what happens when I click on it? Well, it takes us to the right alert file, so I assume that's good. And here we're exporting default, so that's fine. Success, alert, error, clear, alert, clear. Good, so that's fine, we can close that. We import alert from constants, then we have success, type alert.success, and then the message. Error is alert.error and clear is alert.clear with no message. Export default. Oh, we can't export default here again. So it has to be export success, error, clear. What are you exporting in index? Alert and user, why? Why? Issue, or you just wanted to check? Okay, so those are our constants for alerts. So that looks good, right? What's the other thing? So did we do both the actions? I just want to make sure. I want to do it step by step. So alert is fine. We said that's good. We're exporting the objects. We're importing alert. That is the right alert. Great. Then in user, oh yeah, this is a bit of a mess. We're importing user. I think we need to rename things here. I personally feel it's a mess. And the reason for that is because they named everything the same. So you got capital user, which is a constant. Okay, that makes sense. Then you got lowercase user from services. Now, I don't know if that would confuse you guys, but you get something like down here, user.logout. But then you also have a type, user.logout. Is that clear? Because they're constants? Because that's the service there. User is the service. Logout is the action. Then the type, constant. We're importing the user constant. Dot logout. So I could either leave it like that, or I could rename it. So you end up having user service dot logout and user constant dot logout. I think it's fine. You think it's fine? Yeah, if anyone else has any like feedback, feel free to share it with me, because I'd like to keep this as neat as possible. I just feel this is quicker to type out. It makes sense. You're saying user logout. Like if you read it, because I'm trying to also follow TDD. And if you read it, it sounds clear, doesn't it? Like the intention is clear. User logout. And then the type, maybe the type could be a bit clearer, because you don't know what's happening there. That could be an action. User.logout is an action, that you know. But the type, what is user? This capital user is the import for the constants. That contains all the constants. And then logout is a string from user. So if we go to the constants, you'll see that logout is user's logout. So it's a key value. I guess it's clear. So if that's fine, and the service is fine, why is this complaining now? Unable to resolve path to module services. I think we moved our services folder now, didn't we? We're out in services. Index. Now that we've done that, let's see what's inside of index. It's weird, it won't let me open this. So weird. Okay, so the index of services, what's inside of there? Services index. Nothing. That's probably why. So let us export, well, we need to import user from user, and then export user. Prefer default export? Well, I mean, yeah, I know it prefers it, but what if we had multiple? What then? Ignore it for now. Then we import user from services. There we go. Okay, so that will work. Then history from helpers. Helpers doesn't exist in that folder anymore. I think it's 2 back. And I think we're exporting, yeah, we're exporting history. Cool. So username, password from login, request, user object. Okay, now that's what it's expecting. These are the helper functions in there. We need to figure out how dispatches work to get that sorted. But I just want to clear up the rest of this stuff that isn't clear. Such as how familiar are you with function calls on React's rendering, Lynn? Like, I'm trying to wonder if you have a function that's linked to a component, but nothing is invoking it, but the component renders. Is there a reason why the function would run? Because that's what I need to debug later. I'll show you an example. Check. Oh, hold on. What's it complaining about now? Services index. Export default was not found in user. Services. The index of services. What? Export user. Import user from user. Oh, never mind. Log in, log out. So log in, log out, that's an object. Oh, because it's not a default. It's not an export actually, no, I can make it an export default. I have to just change it to export default. Export default, log in, log out, right? Now that'll be an object. So when I import it as user, which is an object, we export user. Okay, that helped. And then no such file directory source helper store. Source helper store.js. Something in our helper file. Who's trying to import you from store? Oh, hold on. Or is it complaining about store? Let's check our app. Where are we importing store from? We are not importing store here. Is it in here? Store from helper store, that's why. We don't have store there. We have it in Redux store. There we go. I could have an index in Redux, couldn't I? And I export default store, but what else would I export, you know, so there's no point. It will only run if you're calling it. If you call a function inside a component, it will get called every time the component renders. Yeah, let me try to show you something. Let me just fix these issues first. Module not found. Can't resolve reducers. In store. Okay. Redux. Our store is over here. What are we importing? Import reducers. No, that should just be one tick. There you go. Now that's all in one file. There we go. We're back. Okay, so check this. Check my console, right? When I click on login, it runs the function and it sends the user login request action. Do you see that? But that's not supposed to happen. At least that's not what I want to have happen. So let me show you where that is. In user actions, it's getting into this function. It's getting into the login function, right? 100% getting into here. The reason I know that is because, well, our logs show that. Now, let me show you the place where it's being rendered. Components, auth login, which is over here. Let me stick it next to the user action. So in this, I have a handle submit button, and that is where I call login like this. Do you see that? That is the only place I'm calling it. In fact, let me comment that out, okay? And let's make sure everything is fine. And I click login. Oh, never mind. So it's not that. It's something else. Okay, it's still being run and it's not that. It's a good thing I debugged that. So it's not this calling it. Because I was like, how is it being called? So the only thing that I could think of that is here right now is this. The connect and login is being called there. Why are you declaring functions inside the login function? Are you referring to this? These closures? These are dispatches. That's how you would handle them in action creators. So when something happens, I dispatch request, and request is this thing, which will set a type of what is being done. So it's intentional. What do you mean? What's intentional? The fact that I have these functions inside the functions? Yeah, this is intentional. This is how it should be. The issue is that this is being called before it should be called. And the thing that I think it might be is, do you notice here, export default connect, we're passing in login. Now, I was just told to do this. I don't understand why I do it this way. I was just told to do it this way, and I think that's what is causing this issue. If I change that to export default just login, wait, but login for never gets used. So how? Oh, never mind. It is login form. Never mind. Okay, so now we shouldn't see nothing, right? There should be no function call, nothing. I click login. Everything's fine. See? So that is what is causing it. I'm so glad we debugged this, and I'm so glad I slept, because now we know what the issue is. Now we just got to figure out why that is being done and how to properly call connect. Because look, I click login and it calls my function when it's not supposed to, not yet. It's supposed to be run when I hit the submit button. That's why I had that there. Up there in my handle submit, I had login. I called login with the username and the password. But for some reason we are passing login to connect. So maybe we should look at connect and how to connect to the store. Redux. Let's see what we need and why. It does not modify the components class passed it. Okay, so let me explain what I need to do. I basically need to connect. I need to connect this component to my store so that I have access to it. No, because then it won't be connected to the store, Lynn. It needs to be connected. This component needs to be connected to the store. No, because I don't know. We'll have to look into that now. It does not modify the component class passed in. Instead, it returns a new connected component class that wraps the component you passed in. So function connect, map state to props, which is optional. Map dispatch to props. That's how we dispatch everything. Merge props. What's merge props? So 1, 2 is the map dispatch. State and dispatch. State and dispatch will be supplied to your map states to props or map dispatch to props functions as the first argument. The returns of map state to props and map dispatch to props are referred to internally as state props and dispatch props respectively. They will be supplied to merge props if defined as the first and second argument. Okay, let's look at our index page because we were doing things there. So how did we do it? Connected app equal to connect. Map state is a function. And action creators. But then how did you access it? Let's go find that guy's example from yesterday. By the way, Lynn, how is the stream, the quality and the delay? Do you buffer? I don't know if you noticed anything different, because I changed a few settings. I realized that a lot of people would probably buffer because of the quality that I had before. So I changed a few things. I don't know how it affected quality. I mean, it looked okay to me in my testing. I'm just hoping it's a bit more smoother now. Test, yeah, I got that. Sorry, I might have read it a bit late. It's good for me. It's not buffering and the delay is around 6 seconds. Okay. Would you say it's better than usual? So what's this guy doing? He's got action creators, clear alerts. Alert actions.clear. Yeah, okay, good. Thanks, Lynn. There's map state. Const alert equal to state. So what does that mean? Are we getting alert from state and then we're returning alert? And then here, alert equal to this.props. Oh, that's how you get access to alert, I guess. Because then it can do alert.type, alert.message. But what's giving him access to that? He's destructuring alert from props. What is in props? I assume somehow Redux throws it in your props. That's state. Alert, so we're destructuring alert from state and then we're returning alert. Oh, I guess this is what we have available in state in this specific component. So we have alert, so when he does props, alert is available. But then why does he destructure alert again? Maybe it just returns an object. Oh, that's why he did have alert. Alert was this was the object. He stuck it in an object again. That's why he's destructuring it. Okay, I think I understand that. So map state is put what you want to access from state into it. Like grab what you want. So destructure what you want from state and then return it back. That should give you the props. And then action creators was clear alerts, alert actions, which he imports, dot clear. Okay, but that's unrelated. So this is app. Yeah, that's an app. So then he exports connected app as app. But then app gets used elsewhere. I mean, same thing, it doesn't really matter, does it? So let's take this as an example and try to see if we can replicate that in our login form. Let's go and create a new one to the right. Just let me change this to JavaScript. Okay, so what's the difference? First of all, we export default connect. I mean, it's the same thing there, but he's returning map state. Oh, we're calling the login form function. We're being dum-dums. Yikes. Okay, I see what the issue is. So essentially what it's doing, I think I better understand connect now. It returns your component exactly as it was. It just wraps it in the store essentially, so you have access to what you need from the store. From my understanding. So we need map state. Is that like a built-in function, or can that be anything? I wonder. But we could call it map state because it's a standard, right? So map state is state, and then we want to grab whatever we want out of state. Now, what do we have in state right now? Oh, this is not going to work, is it? Hold on. We have authentication. So let's grab authentication out of state, and let's see if this will work. Return authentication. Okay, cool. Then he has action creators, but I don't think we need that. Not unless we're going to do something. So the very first thing we want map state. The second thing should be null if we're not going to use it. Or do I actually have to pass the second thing in? I probably don't have to, right? It's optional. So I could just do map state like that. And then login form. So we export default, connect map state login form. Cool. So that should theoretically mean that I have access to authentication right now. Because we pulled authentication out of state. So if that is working the way I hope it's working, we can pass in props to our login form, which we already have. And then when we get into it, wait, this renders the login form. I want it to happen when we click on the show password. So when we click that little show password icon, I'm just going to have a little test to see that this is isolated. I'm going to have state value, and that's going to be props.authentication. Okay, we need to fix that as well, but for now it's fine. That should be it. And let's see if that actually works. So we're going to click on login. Nothing's going to happen yet. If I click on this, we should see authentication come up. And there we go. We got state value, but it's empty. I guess it would be empty, huh? Because authentication is null. So that kind of makes sense, but I want to first test it to make sure it is indeed fine. Where do we have authentication as a reducer? Let's go give it an initial state in our reducer. So authentication is over here, and the initial state is going to be the delicious potato, because why not? Okay, so now we should see something else. There we go. It actually worked. What? We connected our store. We actually did it. It's amazing what sleep does, huh? Yesterday I was all like, what the fuck? What's going on? I was just so bad. I think I was frustrated because it took me over 2 hours to get my freaking linter working, but I'm happy now. If you guys ever need help, let me know. I have ESLint set up, which extends Airbnb, which covers React, React hooks, everything basically React. It also has Prettier, so it follows the Prettier standard while keeping ESLint standards. So all of that is combined, so you get pretty code with linting. So that was worth it. Even though it was a freaking headache and a half, it's done. And then yeah, I had to read up a lot on Redux. But we did it. Wow. That's amazing. But yeah, that's only like maybe halfway right now. The next part now is to figure out what we store in state and when. So I want to test something. If I call this authentication not, we should get an error. I just want to make sure that it's actually pulling authentication from props and it's not just randomly picking that up. Okay, state value is undefined. Great. Cool. Perfect. So it is indeed working. Beautiful. So map state, as the name suggests, is just mapping state for us to retrieve in props. And then here, we're passing map state to our login form. So that is if we want to just get. So I see it as two methods. The very first parameter is get, or the very first argument is get. So you just want to retrieve information from your state. The second one, you could call it like set, in that you will set the state. So if I put something else in here, like set state as my function, this one will get information from my state depending on what I tell it to get, and set state will set the value of that state depending on what I tell it to set. In fact, let's actually test that. So if I go function set state state, can I just do something like state equal to state? I think you need to do the spread operator to keep everything that's currently in state, and then we're going to add our own object, which is our object a great success. So theoretically, I hope I'm right with this. Wait, what am I missing here? Unexpected token. Alright, this doesn't have to be, it can just be like that. There you go. And then I think we need to, do I need a return? I think I need a return out of it. Return state equal to that. Can I do that? Return statement should not contain assignment. It might be that or it might be that, I'm not sure, but let's just test it first and see. Okay, so we have a potato, and if I click that, doesn't seem like anything changed. Yes, I don't think it's return state like that. It might be state equal to state as well as our object. Then do I return state as an object, maybe? Not sure. We'll just have to play around with that and see. Yeah, okay, so that didn't set it. I know you have to do dispatch. Oh, it probably doesn't work directly. I'm thinking like React set state. I think you have to dispatch, which calls a reducer. Unless there's a way to directly set it. Let's look at dispatch Redux. Let's map dispatch to props. Oh, so you just do dispatch. But then you need to set a type. So can we fake do that? Where's your map state? There's map dispatch. But we'd need something to call it, wouldn't we? I don't think that'll work immediately. Oh, so you would call increment on the state. Hold on, where do they... Okay, and they probably had it on their button, didn't they? On-click dispatch type. Okay. If you don't specify the second argument to connect, your component will receive dispatch by default. Oh, so I can already do that? Dispatch already exists? Is that what it's saying? So if I don't pass it in, apparently it will already exist by default. What? So when we click on that button again, the show user, show password, I can dispatch. Do I need to do props.dispatch though? Is that what they said? Props? No. Well, let's just try it and see. Unexpected token. Alright. There you go. And now it's going to complain dispatch is not defined right. So if I go to props.dispatch, dispatch is missing in props validation. Well, we'll do props validation later. Let's just see if this actually works. Oh, it actually did! Look! We got an action! Every time I'm clicking it. So we dispatch that, and then based on what the dispatch is, the dispatch would update state. We just obviously don't have that yet. Nice. That's pretty freaking awesome. So we could literally... This is crazy. So any action, like my mind is just like blown right now. Think about the possibility here. We can so easily dispatch an action for anything that you do, anything on the site. So if I, for example, let me show you. So type viewed password, right? That's the type for this one, props.dispatch. Then if we change the value, we could be like form changed, and what else? What else is on that form? So check this, I have 3 dispatches now that I added to our form. So if I enter anything into this form, it's going to dispatch form changed. Every time I change that. How cool is that? And check the best part here. If I enter both, so it's fully filled and ready to go, the action is now form filled. And if we click on show password, viewed password. So we can like literally know everything that is happening and dispatch things accordingly. So before I had my toast notification happen on like on a certain like predefined action, like if this then do that, which is kind of like the dumb way of doing it. Now it could just be state's always listening and monitoring, right? It's like the big brother of your website. When something happens where you define dispatch, it's gonna go and like straight away tell on you, and then something's gonna happen. In that case, it could show a message. So let's actually get to that point where it's gonna start doing things like that. Because now that I understand state better and dispatch better, we can actually go and do that now. So let's go and do that. Whew. That is fun though. Holy shit. So I just want to understand this better before I move on. We get dispatch if we don't pass the second option in. Why would we pass the second option in? So once you've connected your component in this way, your component receives props.dispatch. You may use it to dispatch actions to the store. If you don't specify the second argument, your component will receive dispatch by default. So whether I add it or not, what happens if I do add it? Providing a map dispatch to props parameter. Providing a map dispatch to props allows you to specify which actions your component might need to dispatch. It lets you provide action dispatching functions as props. Therefore, instead of calling props.dispatch increment, you may call props.increment. Oh, directly. There are a few reasons why you might want to do that. More declarative. First, encapsulating the dispatch logic into the function makes implementation more declarative. So dispatch type something. Otherwise, do something. Once you've wrapped all our action creators with functions that dispatch actions, the component is free of the need of dispatch. Therefore, if you define your own map dispatch to props, the connector component will no longer receive dispatch. Function form allows more customization. Gain access to dispatch and optionally own props. Object shorthand form, more declarative and easier to use. So what is the object form, the one they recommend? Is it this one? You've seen that setup for dispatching Reduc in a React component follows a very similar process, right? Arakan just found your YouTube channel? Nice! How'd you find it? Don't I have it linked on my Twitch channel? Yeah, I do. Wait, no? That's my gaming channel. Do I not have it? Oh! Well, that was pretty awesome then. I was supposed to have like a YouTube link. I need to do that at some point. You know what we should do in one of the live streams is create a bot for this channel, like a chat bot. That'll be cool. I've always wanted to create it. It's a gold mine. What do you mean? What do you mean it's a gold mine? Which YouTube channel? Because I have a gaming one and I have a... Well, actually I have 3. The one where I post good stuff to, that I edit, which happens never, so it's like, has almost nothing. Then I have a live stream gaming channel where I just dump all my live streams, and then the coding channel, which is actually live right now. Your component will no longer receive dispatch as a prop. Therefore, map dispatch to props can simply be map dispatch to props, increment d. No, are you serious? For real? So it's gonna somehow get this from dispatch? How? Since the actual name of the variable is up to you, you might want to give it a name like action creators, or even define the object inline in the call to connect. So map state and action creators. Oh, so action creators are increment, decrement, reset. But what if they don't exist? Oh, because you import the actions. Increment, decrement, reset from counter actions. That's smart. So map state and then action creators, or just directly as an object. Wow. That's beautiful. You uploaded everything. All of your progress. Yep. It's pretty cool, right? To go back and look at the days where I struggled with really basic things. And now I'm still struggling, but just like a little bit more basic things. It's actually really nice to go back and realize how much progress you've made. That's why I'm also trying to take screenshots of the state of the project. Because if you look here, do you remember that this used to be our login form? Username, password. This was legit our login form. And I mean, it worked. Functionally, you put your username, you put your password in, and you get logged in. And now, we've got this. Like, isn't that awesome? From that to this. And who knows what's going to happen going further, because this is still basic. Haven't really added much to it. Be right back, going to binge some of your earlier days. I reckon. I appreciate that. Okay, so now I know why it's called map state instead of map state to props, because it's just easier to refer to it as map state. So map state and map dispatch. That's really awesome. Oh, that's why this wasn't working, right? Because I was calling it wrong. So if I wanted it to work now, I just needed to call increment, I think. Props.increment, props.decrement. So let's try it on when you click on the visibility thing again. On the password visibility here. We're gonna do props.increment. So now if I click on the visibility, do we get the action in here? Oh, we do! Sweet! Now I understand that as well. Amazing. Okay, so that wasn't so easy. Lynn, if you're still watching, do you see? Once you get away from all the crazy, convoluted, like, tutorials and stuff, and you simplify it, it's not that scary. You literally just have a connect. Map state is just you telling it what you want from your state. You destructure from your state the objects that are in your state. The second parameter is optional. That's just if you again want to map your dispatches. That can be completely removed. You'll still have access to your dispatches. You just have to call them with this dot, no, dispatch props.dispatch and then the name of the dispatch, props.dispatch, or you could just do increment decrement like this, and then they're named and they link to dispatch. And then you just stick it right next to, in parentheses, well, in braces, the name of the component that you're exporting. And then that component, so whatever is directly next to connect is what's going to contain the store. So that was way easier than the stuff we read everywhere. This is why I encourage so many people like Erican, Lynn, or you guys that are also still learning. Write tutorials. Like, don't think about the fact that you don't have knowledge or whatever, because there are thousands of people that write articles. You've seen me trying to read them and I just struggle. And I don't think it's because I lack the ability to understand. I just think a lot of people, when they write these tech articles, they go into extreme depths that they don't need to for someone that's a first time beginner, and they need it like in the most simplest way possible. So as you guys are learning, write tutorials, share them, because the people that will actually benefit from it will be far greater than anyone else. So all the beginners will be able to actually understand, have like a simplified version of Redux, like Redux for like, I don't know, we have code newbies, so like Redux for code newbies. Because later on, when we get more advanced, trying to explain it, we're probably going to end up being like the guys that wrote the articles that we struggled to understand in the first place, you know? We're going to use terminology that we don't realize is way more complex than it needs to be, because to us it's easy, because we get it. Just yesterday I struggled with props and dispatch and state, and now today I just get it. And the more I do, the easier it will become. But now trying to explain it, I could be like, no, but this is easy, but to the person that's still trying to learn it, they'll be like, but it's actually not. Like, what? Because I spent all that time struggling and working on it. So you can't transfer 6 hours of struggling to someone, you know, within a few minutes. So you have to explain it in a very basic form, which is, you have a connect function, which you encapsulate the application or the component that you want to have a connection to state. So if you literally just define connect, the very first argument is the function which you will destructure an object. We assume they understand what destructuring is. Destructure an object from your state. Your state should already have actions. So thanks to the reducers, which you'll obviously explain in a simple form, but let's assume they're at that point, the state should have a bunch of objects, right? So now you just take what you want from state and you return it, and that's literally what map state is. The second argument is not needed, so they can completely ignore that, just like that. So you end up having connect, map state, and this is your returned login form that you were going to export anyway, which now has the connection to your store. And that's pretty much the simplified version of Redux. I like that. Okay, so we don't need that anymore. And we probably don't need these things, but we know how it works. Now let's go and actually make this work and try to figure out why it wasn't working in the first place. So, user actions. Login. We need to return the user is trying to log in with a user object. So, got into login function, username 2, that's just an object. Function dispatch. Okay, so here's where things got complicated yesterday. The moment you get into login, you're going to return a function, dispatch. Okay, so this is how we're dispatching. Wait, I should probably not have gotten rid of this stuff, just so that we can see how it works. So before, you would dispatch an object of a type. That's literally all that dispatch is an object that has a type. It can have a payload, which is optional, but you need to return a type. So you're specifying what is happening right now. We're logging in, we logged out, we spied on your neighbor. Whatever it is. So are we doing that? That's the question. We're dispatching a dispatch. What the fuck? Okay, that I don't get, but maybe we'll get there. So maybe we should keep it simple. Right now, let's just dispatch that we're logging in. So let's uncomment all of this. And let's literally return function dispatch Wait, no, we're taking dispatch in. Wait. Why do I have dispatch in there? We're receiving dispatch as a parameter? Are we? Login takes username and password. Login has a username and a password. Interesting. We need that's the login request. Oh, that's what request is. Oh, so we're gonna dispatch multiple things at once. But then why are we taking dispatch? That's the thing I don't understand. Why? Are we giving it dispatch? Okay, let's get it working the way that it should work, which is literally just dispatch the request with the username. That's all. Literally just that. Okay, what is it complaining about now? We are in user. What? Oh, because I'm not closing this function, that's probably why. There you go. Okay, cool. Dispatch is not defined. Right, where did we get dispatch from then? How do we get access to dispatch? They got passed in dispatch before. Oh, interesting. Oh. So if I'm not mistaken, we're gonna have dispatch like that. And then we return whatever dispatch is. So we need to pass dispatch in somehow. Function, wait, what's the error? Unexpected token. Return function dispatch, so it needs dispatch. Then we pass dispatch, which is going to be the actual dispatch function, and then request is the function that will dispatch with that value. Okay, so it's a bit more complex, but we're staying on top of it. So what needs to happen now is we need to somehow pass dispatch. So let's go look at his example when they were dispatching. Well, there are a lot of dispatches. Yeah, there are a lot of dispatches. Let's find user quickly. Is this user? This is not user. Is this user? It's not user. Wait, actually, the handle submit, you're gonna set submitted to true. Oh, because that's where we have the state. But why does he use set state? Does he ever update submitted somewhere else? This.state. Oh wait, he must get state from somewhere else. No, he doesn't. Damn it. Map state. Anyway, where is his user file? Is it this? Yes, it is. So where's dispatch? Login, username, password, return dispatch. But how can you return dispatch if you don't know what dispatch is? Where is it importing dispatch? What are we missing? Where's dispatch? XDVexen, hey. What is the web app gonna do? Amazing things, so many things. It's gonna be a way for me to showcase all my abilities up to date. So there are gonna be user profiles, there are gonna be simulations for the game based on like stats, like what is the most effective mission, calculators, quite a few things. I have a lot of things planned, but yeah, right now I'm trying to finalize the user profiles, the signing in, signing out, getting my state connected, because we had it all working server side only, but you obviously need a client side. Where does he get dispatch from though? You return dispatch. Oh, wait, no, it can't be that, can it? That's an arrow function. I think that's an arrow function. I think that's why it's working the way it's working. Yeah, it's a parameter, that's why. So if I want this to work, all I need is dispatch that. So have it work like that and then close that off, and then that's pretty much it. So return dispatch the request, which we have above there with the username. We were doing user object before. Oh no, we weren't. Okay, so my only question now is, where do we get... So when you do request, the type is going to be a user login request. Okay, I got that. So now we go to our login form. We're going to hide that. We have map state authentication. In our login form, on submit, we have a login username and password. But I don't want to log in, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it again on our show password. So login value.username value.password, and let's see if that actually works. Okay, so let's check the console logs. We're good. Login. We're just going to put test and test. I'm the reason you're failing. Oh, I love my console log messages. That was fun last night. So we didn't get anything back here, but did it dispatch something? No, it doesn't look like it did. That's so cool, seeing the chart like that. So nothing's being dispatched when we... Oh, because we need to click on that. Okay, but that's also not doing anything. Oh, we got a console log though. Hold on. State value. Got into login function. Username test. Username 2 object. Username test. Okay. Do we get into here? Got into our dispatch function. No, we didn't. Interesting. So we don't get into our dispatch function. And why would that be? Let's look at the example again. There must be something we're missing for the login page, because it has dispatch. It's getting dispatch somehow. Return dispatch, dispatch request. Oh wait, isn't that in the reducer? The reducer handles all that, no? So I think in the reducer, it's not the alert, I think it's the authentication. Action type, user, constants login request, return, logging in true, user, action.user. Okay, but where's the dispatch happening? Because that's the thing that's confusing me right now. There has to be a dispatch somewhere. We're highlighting dispatch right now, so wherever we see dispatch highlighted, there we go. There's action creators. Login page component. Here we go. So reset the login status, okay. That's what it's doing. That's how it's calling it. It's calling login. Right there. Wait. Are we just calling login direct? How are we calling login direct? We're importing login. No, 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 no. No, 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 that's wrong. We can't import login. That's why. We need to do props dot login. Where else are we calling login? I think it's only that. We need to do props. It needs to be on our prop. That's why we probably couldn't dispatch. Okay, now where else does he have login? He has logging in, which is in state.authentication. So we need to pay attention to this page specifically very carefully. So I'm going to make a copy of this if we need to, but we shouldn't go off this page until we get it right. So there's action creators for log in and log out. I think that's the dispatch. That's user actions dot login. What is user actions? I think it's user dot login. If we go to our actions and we go to user, that is what it is. That's, oh, yes. So we need action creators. Perfect. So this is what is missing. So map state. Should we just call this map dispatch? Because that's essentially what it is. So we don't get confused. Because action creators, you know, while it's an action, we know it as dispatch. And that's probably why I'm getting confused, wondering where's dispatch from. So until we get more advanced, we're just going to call it map dispatch. And it's going to have login, which is user.login and user.logout. And then I assume he's importing user actions at the top of his file. Yes. Perfect. So we need to import user from actions. So import user. Actually, does it have to be user like that? Let's check quickly. Actions. Where's actions? Actions user. We are exporting login, logout, register. So we needed login, right? Oh no, he was importing user actions. Oh yeah. I need to wait. I think we need to export default this. Will that work if I export default? Yeah, and then I import that as user. But then I don't destructure it. I import user from I think it's Redux. Yeah. Actions. Oh, never mind. We need to see the index. That's where we import from. Wait, what? The index of actions? Where's user? Oh, that's test. Why did I call it test? The fuck? Import user from user. Okay, so we import user. Did I export default this? Why couldn't I export default this again? I can't remember. Okay, export default that. Then here we're exporting user. Then I need to destructure user from login. So now we can destructure user from actions. Okay, that should work. And then I should be able to do user.login and user.logout. Perfect. So when I do login, it's props.login because it's been mapped. Okay, but I think I have to pass it as well, don't I? Map dispatch. So map state, map dispatch. Okay, perfect. I think we're gonna have an error. Export default was not found in alert. So then export default alert. There you go. So now, if I click this, what do we get? Oh, user login request. We dispatched it, it worked. No fucking way. Logging in true. What? Look at that. User login request. Do it again. Every time. Fuck yes. Haha. That's amazing. There you go, the action. User login request. And there's the user object. Username test. So, yeah. At this point I don't think we really need to follow the tutorial anymore. Because we now know what the store is. We know how the requests work. That is so cool. And I could see the different states. When we first started, potato was delicious. Now authentication is logging in. So authentication is a key. Shouldn't it be state? Like have a state? I don't mean state as in, you know, the state. I mean literally a key called state, and then that will have a value of either logged in, logging in, or nothing, meaning you're not logged in at all. I'm just wondering why he's putting logging in into authentication. I guess because it's a key you can access, so authentication.logging in to see are you logging in, true or false, maybe. We can actually test that now by going here and where we map state. Oh, we already have authentication, beautiful. So when we click on the thingy thing here, we got state value. Then let's do another one. Do login status. Then we do something like props.authentication. What was the value? Oh no, I forgot what the value is now. What was it? We'd have to go to the action creator to see it now, wouldn't we? Well, actually, let's just click it once. Ah, oh, for fuck's sake. Stop being difficult. When I click it, it is logging in. Okay. So props.authentication.logging in. Like that. Okay, so that should give us a status of what our login status is. So click it. Login status is undefined. I think that interesting. So previous state, action, next state. So the login status was undefined. And if I click this again, the login status is true. Oh, so we are logging in now. Does that mean it's an asynchronous call? Because the first time we did it, which we should have called logging in, here, we called login, and then I logged this, and this was undefined. So maybe it is async. Imagine. Let's check again. So click, check. Wait, login state is true. Oh, right. We have to like do a hard reset. So, boom. Login state is undefined. So there's the action. Then we logged it. Then if I go to Redux, logging in is true. So let's try to turn it into async. How can we turn this into an async? You can't have an async constant, I think, so it's gonna have to be async function. Like that. Handle click show password. And then we need to await props.login. And then when that's done, check login status. I don't know if that will break something now, but let's find out. I want to just see if it is asynchronous. Login status undefined. Weird. So the second time I do it, then we'll get the login status. And also has a user object now. Logging in true, user is undefined. Oh right, because we don't have a user. If I put Bob in there, now we'll have a... Where's the state? Wait, where did I get user from? Oh, I was logging it somewhere else. Okay. So authentication, logging in. That's so cool. I think I just might... I don't know why this person made it plural. Users login request. Wouldn't it just be a user login request? Why is it users? There must be a reason why they did that. I would just have it as user login request. What is the action? A user login request. Why is it users? It's not like multiple users, it's the one user. You know what I just realized now? If I have Redux DevTools installed and another site uses a Redux store, does that mean I can see their store? Do you think Redux has a store? I mean, they should have a store, right? No store found. Maybe they don't. Because I'm wondering, like, can everyone see your store? I mean, their own values that are, you know, being dispatched with. Are there sites? Schooltube.com. Let's go to schooltube.com. I just want to see if you can access their Redux store. No store found. Maybe they disabled it when it's not in. Huh. Jetspizza.com. Let's go. I want some pizza. Just want to see if that's possible. Oh, you can see they have React. Oh, you can. Oh, you totally can. Look at this. Load view config. Holy shit. So many things happening right now. What the fuck? Store reducer. Stop. Oh my god. So many things are happening. It's crazy. State loaded. Oh, that's cool. Store list. So someone can totally see what you're doing. Oh man, they have a lot of things going on because I can't even like load this thing right now. It's like lagging, holy shit. Like it's bad. Like holy shit, like what the fuck? Whoa. So they have the contact numbers? And the geocode, the store hours. I'm just trying to get an idea of what you would store in state, but it's like these guys store everything. Their entire website is in state. Like what the fuck? Who wants some Jet's Pizza? Pick up from Davey. Who's Davey? Oh wait, is Davey a place? My bad. I thought Davey was a person. They have a lot of stores. Like holy shit, 264 stores. Anyone in the US? You ever heard of Davies? I mean Jet's Pizza, not Davies. Looks kind of cool. So what else do they store? So they have load, view, config. Then the store list was empty, state was empty. Then location change. So that's cool. Credentials loaded. Start loading main menu. Store list loading. State loading. Customer loading. Order loading. Tenant social media. Customer loaded. Oh, as in if you were logged in before, I assume. So that's a priority for them. Order combined. Price pending. Pricing update. So if I jumped here. No ways! Wow! Redux is amazing! So I can literally see the state of the website and what it was like. Holy shit! Store list complete. So if I jump there, we should see a store list now? We totally do! Wow! Have I convinced you, Lynn? Do you want Redux now? Oh fuck, it crashed my browser. There was so much data going on. I'm pretty sure you shouldn't be using Redux like that. Rip, there goes my browser. That's so much data and crashed my browser. But we're not gonna give up. We're going back. Round 2, let's go. Jet's Pizza, I'm ready for you. This time I'm gonna pause. Something went wrong. Yeah, I know what went wrong. You guys know what I'm doing. They're watching my live stream now, aren't they? Okay, so let's jump to the load view config. Wow, look at this. The empty website. Then credentials loaded. So location change. Wait, so if I go there. Okay, and then there. So credentials loaded, that's when it loads the site. Then start loading main menu. Like this thing. Store list. Customer loading. Error receiving. So we got an error. Something went wrong. Main menu loaded. Oh, there you go. Price pending. Store list complete. So state went from loading to loaded. That's so cool. But why would you have the reducer in there? Current time got updated. That's so cool. So they call theirs reducer, and we call ours... What are ours now in comparison? Just authentication. I mean, it doesn't have to be called a reducer, does it? The reducer reduces everything into a single state object. So if you wanted to get the store list from here, you'd have to call store reducer. That doesn't make sense, does it? It's almost like they didn't reduce. Actually, this is funny. It's like they didn't reduce. Because look, that's the reducer and that's the reducer. This is supposed to combine so that you get store list and selected store. Instead, they've literally got... Oh my god. They didn't combine their reducers.
A_simple_monk is following the family.
A simple monk, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. How you doing? So this is funny. They didn't combine their reducers. Otherwise, store list would have been there and selected store. That's crazy. I'm gonna go to sleep. Alright, Lynn. Hope you have a good one. Good luck with all this. Thank you. Now that we've got everything we need, I think it's gonna be pretty easy. Because yeah, we got literally everything. We know how to dispatch now. So when I click on this, it's currently logging in. So I guess it's good under authentication, logging in. I wonder if there should be defaults though, like logging in false. Or maybe we can just omit them. Because if it doesn't exist, then we can assume it's false. So there's no point in adding it, I guess. Alright, so... That's crazy. So with the actions, I can also make it do things like render... Wow! So I need to rethink all this, because I can literally have Redux render my app bar, for example. So that I can step in and see exactly when it does what. I want to see if there's a way to prevent the Redux store from showing up, because everyone can see it. It's weird that there's nothing there, or people haven't really noticed. Because I literally could view everything that was happening on the other side. So you can literally have something stored in a specific state in time and restore it. That's pretty cool. Okay, cool. I'm gonna get some water and then we're gonna keep crunching this. It's gonna be so exciting! Okay, I'm back. So let's go remove our potato, our delicious potato, before we forget about it. And then one day we debug and we're like, where the hell did this delicious potato come from? Can you just imagine having that conversation with someone? Yeah, and this random delicious potato just appeared in my state. Okay, so delicious potato needs to go. And all these other logs need to go. They need to stop now. They're cluttering up our stuff. Isn't this the authentication reducer? Yes, it is. So that all can go. Initial state, we're not going to have initial state. Well, we were. It was going to be the logged in is true with the user. Otherwise an empty object. We need to actually create one, like create a cookie for ourselves. So the reducer updates our state. Okay. Based on what action was dispatched to it. That makes sense. If user login was a success, then we return logged in true. So the action should usually have a user with it. Okay, so we need to keep that in mind. Action.user. User login success. Where's the user? I think it was this one, actions, there we go, login. So if there's a success, we give it a user object. So we go type user login success, then it's like if the type is user login success, return logged in true, and the user is the action.user. So the user login request, this is the request, the user object. We give it the username. So what does that look like for us when we try to log in? Bob is the username. Do we get... We get logging in true, but why didn't we also get... We're supposed to set user to action.user. Okay, let's log action here. I need to know what the action is and see if it returns something with it. Oh, we should probably put something in here, shouldn't we? Where's the action? The action, there's the object. So there's a user object which has a username, and right now to get the user we're trying to do user action.user. So that should just be user. We literally just need to return a username. So that's the first thing we need to do, is fix that. Can't I just pass username there? Request username. Is that wrong to use the login's username? Okay, so this expects user to be action.user. And let's look at their example. Who was this one? Request was the user name as an object. And what about their reducer? Action.user. That doesn't look like it's sending a user. Oh, that's why. That's for register user. For the login. Oh, there you go. The request does take a user. So request username, that's user. Okay, so it's expecting user in the request. Copy this just in case we need it. Okay, that makes sense now. So here in our request user, needs to return user login request with the username. Why can't I do it that way? function request. Why do I need to take in the user? Because it needs to be an object, but then can't I just give it an object? So then we just call dispatch, and then we just call request. And request will return that, an object. With user as username. Because then we'll be able to have user be action.user, which will be the username. Let's try that out now. Okay, so login, Bob as the username. The action, there you go. Type, user's login request, user, Bob. Beautiful, now we have Bob there. So then, if we check our Redux, there you go, logging in, true, user, Bob. So we can see what was happening, who was logging in. Maybe that should be in the forefront. You want to know who it is, and then you want to know the state. So Bob logging in, true, false. Logged in, true. Cool. So now we're returning the user. I don't know why that person chose to do it in such a complicated way, but now that I understand what we're trying to do, we don't need to do it in a complicated way. We return the type, and then we specify the user is from username. Why did he go and destructure or create an object for username? You could literally just say user is username. Done. You don't need to pass anything in to dispatch. You just call request. When you call request, that's done. Now the other thing I'm wondering is if we can do this in a short arrow form. So doing const request like that. Oh, equal to like that. Will that work now? Because then I should be able to have this underneath, hopefully. Unreachable code, why? So we actually can have it as a arrow function. Request, return, yeah, so that's much neater I think. Let's just see if it still works the same. There we go. User George logging in, true. Hello George. And then we could see if things changed. Now we can change it to Bob. And now you can see it changed from George to Bob. So cool. And there we say, Dylan is trying to log in. That is so cool. What's this dispatcher? Oh, if I wanted to dispatch something. Cool. So that's working. And there's no side effects from that, so we can have it like this beautiful. So then we can turn success as well. Success doesn't need a user object either. Success is exactly the same thing, it just needs the action.user. So that's going to be success, doesn't need anything, equal to that. Beautiful. So there's the request, there's success, and then failure is failure equal to I just want to log these. Success reached and request reached. I want to make sure it's not being called. Error object is not defined for what? Oh, that's just going to be a username, like so. Oh, and it needs error. We're gonna get an error for you, buddy. There you go. Oh, I see what he did with username, because when he did username in the object, he created an object with username Bobby. That's smart. So if I just took it in as username, so we could just destructure username pretty much, or pass in username if we wanted to. Yeah, but why bother posting anything in? Okay, cool. So that works. That works. Next thing is we need to actually get it to post login requests now. The first thing it needs to do is dispatch the request. Then it needs to attempt the login. So user.login in the service. So next thing we need is our service, the user service. Let's go and do that. So it needs to return a promise. Does Axios return a promise? I think we need a catch because they're just chaining them. Does Axios post return a promise? I mean, I guess I could check. It's not showing. Where's Axios? If we can look at the Axios documentation, it's promise based. Does it return a promise? Oh wow, that's Axios.org. That's pretty cool. Just want to see if there's an option. Does it return a promise? So I assume it returns a promise. Oh, guess we're gonna have to just wait and see and test. So we had that before as user.login, then I want to keep it simple now. because now we're going to do it in a custom way. So after we dispatch inside of that, we need to apparently do something like this. This might give us an error, but we'll see what happens. Request failed with status 401. Oh, it actually worked. Request failed with status 401. Wait, let's see if that's actually true. Password is, what was it? Password 123, right? That actually worked. Wow. The response from login is undefined though. But we did get in there. Are we returning anything? Well, we can return the username, I guess. See if that works. So if it works successfully, we should see a... Okay. The login status. Response from login is undefined. And if I enter the correct password, oops. The response from login, it actually worked. Wow. Okay. We just got to piece this together, because why didn't it fail? When it failed, should we be returning the error? Let's look at their the way they handle theirs. Wait, is this it? Is this their service? No, it's not. Where's their service? No, that's the actions, that's the user service right here. Okay, so I want to have a look at their user service. On the login. Okay, so it's doing the post. So it's returning a fetch. Does fetch return a promise? So it does return user. Okay, so it does. Interesting. They have a handle response, obviously. That is somewhere down here, if I remember correctly. Which is basically like, what is the response? If the response is not okay, and it's a 401, we log out and we reload. And then you return promise.reject. Oh, so you return a promise.reject. And then otherwise you return data. Does fetch return a promise? I'm so glad that my browser at least knows that I'm talking about this API and not like fetch in any other context. Perfect timing, but okay, so the fetch specification differs from jQuery.ajax in two ways. The promise returned from fetch won't reject on HTTP error status even if the response is an HTTP 44500. Instead, it will resolve normally with a case data set to false, and it will only recheck on network failure or if anything prevented the request from completing. By default, fetch won't send or receive any cookies from the server, resulting in unauthenticated requests if the site relies on maintaining a user session. To send cookies, the credentials init option must be set. So it returns a promise. I don't think so. I think fetch returns a promise, but I don't think R1 fetches a promise. Also, I've added something to storage, local storage. So let's see if this is going to work now. So when we log in, we should have a username now, if it's successful. Oh my god, it actually worked. Look at that. User JMar777. Wow. Isn't that cool? That's so cool. So now we know we logged in. And then if it's incorrect, wait, so if I reload this page now, wait, so state should have a value already, if I remember correctly. We set it up so that, oh, we need to change that. Should have checked for a value. Anyway, check your local storage. If we enter something that's incorrect and the server responds negatively, it should delete it. Oh wait, I don't think we set that up yet, did we? We didn't add that part. XML parsing error, syntax error. Line 1, column 1. What? Our server is failing? Wait, let's go look at the logs of our server. We don't have any errors on our server. Maybe it's just a request. Beautiful. So 401. Alright, we don't have the logout thing yet. Okay, so we need to catch an error. Error from login. And whatever the error is. Let's try that again. So try login. I love how we're logging in with like the show password button. Because I haven't like flipped it to that because I'm still being busy. Okay, so we got an error. Request failed with status code 401, but that's not from our one. The response from login is undefined, so we're not getting a promise back. I would assume that's the reason. Huh. Is this an arrow function? We could turn this function into an async function, huh? Is anything relying on it? No, it just fires off once, just login. So we could technically do async function login. Well, no, I don't have to do that. That's if we wanted to turn it into async await. For now, we just need to return a promise. I thought Axios returns a promise, but it doesn't. We need to return a new promise. New promise. Resolve, reject. If I remember correctly, something like this. Was that it? And I have to stick this here, don't I? Was it like that? I think it was like that. So then I need to resolve. When you're done, you resolve with username. Otherwise, you reject with the error. Like that. So now we resolve rejecting. Look, we just created a promise. Yay! Because I don't think Axios returns one. So now this will be able to then it will get a response, and we'll be able to catch an error as well. Yay for us. So bar whatever, I want it to fail. Error from login. There we go. We got the error. Request failed with status code 401. Beautiful. I'm just worried about this. XML parsing error. Syntax error. I don't know if that's... Wait, that's in auth. Wonder what it means. Apparently the data is being returned in an incorrect format. It's plain. Where's there an XHTML or XML? There. Method post. Why the fuck? Not XML. Was I trying to post in XML? What? Where's my post? Credentials, headers. Wait, we need the options for Axios. JSON.stringify in a second line when I'm passing the data. Do I need to do that? JSON.stringify username password. Password. And data is that, so I could just paste the data. Maybe now it won't be XML. The fuck? Axios posting as XML. Why? No, I don't want a how to. That's headers. Content type application JSON. Maybe it's that. It's just strange, because then we get a console log. XML parsing error. Is it my server complaining? Because my server's not complaining, there's no logs. So we got a 401. Is it the response though? I don't know if that's the response. Wait, let's look at the headers. Accept application JSON. Content type application JSON. There's the referrer cookie we're sending the cookie with. How did it know that's the cookie we need though? Good. That's the response header. Maybe the response was in XML. Unauthorized. Maybe. That's the payload. Unauthorized is the response. What's it called? Set response header. Let's try that. Maybe it's our server responding. Where's auth? Auth, no, it's the root. Auth. So when we respond, we're gonna set in here response. What's response? res.setHeader content type application JSON. Then there we go. Maybe that will help. Oh, there you go. JSON.parse unexpected character at line 1, column 1. Wait, this is something completely different. My server is the one responding now. Unexpected character at line 1, column 1 of the JSON data. If I set this to text plain, let's just see if this is working, because then I know the headers are working. Interesting. So what is our server trying to tell us? Syntax error. JSON.parse unexpected character at line 1, column 1 of the JSON data. Okay, let's see what it needs. So when you post to auth, it will redirect back. And when you just get, oh, because we're getting, we're not posting. I just realized something now. Oh, that won't matter either. I don't think it's that, that's the issue. Interesting, so we broke something somewhere along the line with our server. Let's see how we're sending the data. JSON.stringify. And what if I just send username and password? Will it complain now? User is not logged in. Okay. Now we got a 401. Unauthorized. And if we log in, unauthorized. No, it's logged in. The fuck? Why is the server responding a 401? Oh no, that's what I responded with, I guess. This was cached. We posted to auth those details. We got a get. Response payload is the username. Okay. Oh, so it's fine. Now we got a response, unauthorized. Okay, that was worrying me though with that. Okay, anyway. We have a response. Good, so if we log in, axios.post, and when it does post, resolve with the username. Otherwise, catch any errors and reject with the error. So we don't need a console.log any errors now. We can just reject with the error. Can just comment that out. I guess that's why you would have the handle response. So if you ever get a 401, it should log you out. Guess we can have one. So function handle response will have a response and will return response dot text. What does response dot text do? What's dot text? Oh, that's a jQuery method? Wait, no, compy. They weren't using jQuery, that has to be something else. Maybe it's... What is dot text? They're not importing anything. Maybe it's body.text? Response, yes, .text, that's the body of the fetch. Okay, let's take a quick water break. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's do this. So response.text, body.text. So API. What is it part of? Part of fetch. Oh. I don't think we have to worry about it then, huh? We will have response. We can get response. The handle response. Let me have this after their login so I can see that. So they do fetch, then handle response. They could pass the response to handle response. As you get res.status. Yeah, I guess we can call handle response and give it res. We'll just call it response. And then we want to return a user. Like so. Where did this post go? Oh, there it is. There we go. So call handle response and give it the response. And then handle response is the one that's going to check. And let's see what Axios returns again, because Axios returns several things. Okay. The default is 0, no timeout. Interesting. The default is JSON. We could set timeout. I think that's very important to have timeout. Let's make it like 500. Like crazy, just so I could see that it's working. So there shouldn't be course options. Not really course options. Just call it options then. Okay, so this should fail now. Beautifully, I hope. Let's go. Timeout of 500 milliseconds exceeded. Beautiful. I don't see why you wouldn't have a timeout for a login. So how long are we willing to wait for a login before we tell the user if it's milliseconds? 10 seconds? Like, it should not take you more than 10 seconds to log in. It should be like that. 15 seconds maybe? Maybe 10. Yeah, let's do 10,000. Okay, so let's see what happens now if we try to log in. Error from login. Request failed with status code 401. Beautiful. Cool, and let's see if it is successful. Your special response. So we get a config. We get data. We get headers. Text HTML. We get request. Oh, it's an XML HTTP request. With credentials, true. Status 200, status text, okay. But if data is null, how the fuck did I get JMAR? The response from login. The response from login. What is the response from login? It's the response. Login, username, password. Oh, it's supposed to resolve username. But handle response never gets the data. So is the server not responding? It should respond back. So when you post, okay, let's go to our server now. When you post to auth, you should get a response. Oh. We should probably respond in here, shouldn't we? So if we got in here, then we know we authenticated, then we can respond with request.user.username. So rest.send request.user.username maybe? I think that should have data in it then, yeah. Let's see what the status codes are again. 200 okay. Okay, so just 200 generic. So res.status 200 .send request.user.username. I'm assuming localauth would succeed, else it wouldn't get here. Localauth is from passport, which is this. Localauth. It should return done. Should use done null user. So that will only proceed. We'll only get there if we are authenticated. Yeah, okay. Incorrect username. Okay, so if we send the correct username, will it now respond? Okay, let's try to enter a valid one now. There we go. A special response. So method is post. Data. But data is null still. So when it posts, login success, request path, auth. That's so strange. I think it's local auth that responded on our behalf, which is not really okay. Passport local strategy. Let's look at that. It calls done, providing a user. There is strategy. This strategy requires a verify callback which accepts these credentials and calls done, providing a user. What is done? Callback that you need to call once you're done with your work. Oh, we have it there, do we? Oh, we do. Where do we have that set up? Auth. That's for register user. Could it be a model? No, it wouldn't be a model. The service? No. Where does it get called? Passport? Passport.use. We don't export it or anything. It calls done. Could this be done? Could that be it? Username, password, done. Because it's a middleware? Is it that? What is done in that case? So I need passport local handle response. Custom callback. Oh, so we'll get a 401. Oh, request response next. Okay, so we don't need to do this. Now we know how it's handled. So, close that. Handle response, we'll get a response. The username will still be username. Now we can do things like if response.ok. We do always get a status, don't we? Your special response. We always get a status and okay. But what if it's not okay? Like this. Then we get wait, that's not ours. There's just an error. Requesting failed with status code 401. Was it just rejected immediately? Oh, so again we don't have to worry because we just reject. Because why were they doing it the way they were doing it? Fetch. Oh, because it probably will respond either way, but we're rejecting it. So we don't technically need a handle response because we don't need to check if it was a 4 or 1. We could just log out. So Axios should have a error. So we do get error.response. If error.response and it's equal to a 4 or 1, error.response.status, that's what we need. So then here we're going to call logout. We're going to set location. Oh, this is going to be a tough one if it doesn't let us use it. Thanks, Iceland. Nope, that's not a solution. So window.location, okay. Now it's not complaining, great. We're gonna log out and reload the window. We can also log error .data, datas and headers. Oh no, you need response. Error.response.status. There we go. Okay, let's go see what happens if we get rejected now. So we got a user is not logged in. And a 401. There we go. That's beautiful. And it reloaded. Did you see that? Now if we check our storage now. Oh, because we don't have logout, right. But that was beautiful. So if error.response and error.response.status code, it's going to call logout and then window.location reload true. We have data and we have status. Oh, that's what I wanted to see, data. Was there anything in data? User is not logged in. Oh, so we didn't have anything else. Like the username. Makes sense. So we call logout. And we reject with an error. What do we need handle response for? I don't think we do. Because if there's an error, it can't be handled. I don't think we do need a handle response. If we do later on, then I can add it obviously. So we get a response here. I want to see the response if we are logged in. There it is. Response. So we get data null. Right, so that was the issue. We didn't get what the username was. We don't get the response. Okay. We don't need anything else then. Console.log the response. We don't have a response. Local storage that set item user with the username. So there should never really be a clash for that, so we can just have it as user and then resolve username, otherwise reject with the error. Um, and then log out. We can local storage.remove user and then send a request. Okay, so let's see if that works. Let's watch our local storage. There's our user. So if we fail now, it will kick us out. There goes user. We're not logged in anymore. Sweet. Catch error. Wait, so is the error coming from that? Request failed with status code 401. Do you have to be logged in to view the logout page? Oh, I don't think it's this that's calling that. I don't think it's this. Error from logout. Logout res. And logout res data. I don't think it's from res. I think it's from the use effect. Yeah. Cool, so if we log in successfully, what happens now? We get the user key with the username. Beautiful. And if we fail a login, it gets deleted. Beautiful. Can we not reload the browser page maybe? Just so that I can see what errors we get, if at all, if we get into thingy thing. Error from login. Request. Wait, logout res. Oh, logout will return a status of 200, as in you got logged out. Good. Okay, logout shouldn't technically return anything. You can call request.logout and you can destroy the cookie. We don't want to redirect. So we don't want to res.redirect, but we do want to respond. Just send user logged out. How about that? Let's try that again. There. Logout request. Logout request data, user logged out. So if you get a 200, then you know, cool, you got them. Data, user logged out. Cool. But that means my cookie well, this cookie oh, we don't have a cookie. That makes sense. But then if I log in successfully, then we'll get a cookie. Oh wait, we need to hit that to log in. Now we have a cookie. There we go. Cool. But if we go auth logout, well, then it deletes it completely. User logged out. User is not logged in. We could just remove user logged out. User was logged out. We just do user logged out. User not logged in, maybe. Cool. So if we manage to destroy the session, So when we try to destroy it, so in our callback, request.session.destroy, if there's an error, we're gonna wait, will it allow me to do multiple things? Return. So if error, console.error, session destroy error, then return a response status, maybe a 500. Let's look at the HTTP statuses. HTTP status codes. What's the most valid? So something went wrong, we couldn't delete it. Internal server error? Service unavailable? Yeah, just 500 internal server error. Could not log the user out at this time. So we'll respond with that. And let's see what that will look like. I'm curious, I want to test it. Could not log the user out at this time, perfect. User logged out, status code 200. So that'll be the default. If all is well, you get a user logged out, perfect. But if there's an error, we'll let them know. Was there something else I'm trying to think of? No, I don't think so. If you are logged out, what if you're already logged out? It could be if we could return a 401, which means you're not logged in. If request.user, if not request.user, then we send the 401 user not logged in. Yeah, that should be it. If not requested user. So now if you try to log out, but you're not logged in, you can't log out. Would it make sense? So we get a one unauthorized, and if we see why, the response is user not logged in. Yeah, that's good. Oh, that's where we're getting that. But we don't need to send a status with, we just do raise the clear cookie. So we have no cookie right now. Now we log in. And now we're logged in, and we've got a cookie. And if I log out, so it does it so fast. We could have it here, straight off the bat, before we do anything else. If not requested user not logged in. Otherwise we do request.logout, res the clear cookie, and then destroy the session, and then we finally return. Yeah, that'll probably be the best option. So let's log in again. Now we got a cookie. And then if we log out, well actually before that, let's go to auth, so we see who the user is. And then if we log out, user logged out. And then if we try to do it again, user not logged in. Beautiful. Happy, happy, happy. Okay, so login. Return new promise, resolve, reject, Axios post, auth, username, password, options, then local storage set item. Okay. So if we get a 2 or 1, we want to set a response. Oh, but we already know it's positive, right? There can only be one option that's positive. If it's anything other, actually, let's see how Axios handles that. What does it consider a positive response? You can specify config defaults that will be applied to every request. Oh, that's awesome. That's actually really useful. We're going to go ahead and do that right now, because then if it ever changes, we can change it easily in one spot. So let's have a config folder. Config, and let's create a file for Axios, and we need to import Axios from Axios. the default like base URL that we're going to use is going to be this currently. And then all we need to do is set it to auth, and that should work. And log out as well. Okay, let's see if that works. We have no user right now. Nothing there. But do we have an issue? Failed with status code 404. Not found? For login? How's that work? Let's add an error.status as well. Wait, it should be error.response, right? There. URL auth. Wait, but that wasn't working when we did that. We did that, but it didn't work. Global Axios default. Oh, because it's not being called anyway. I think that's why. Ah, that's a pity. I need to import it somewhere. I don't want to put in every request, obviously, so... And then we export default Axios config having base URL. And then we just import Axios config from thingy thing, and that should work. So under user, where we import Axios, then we import Axios config from the config folder. Import Axios config from config Axios. There we go. Doesn't it import everything from? Is there a require? Oh, it's part of Node.js. I want to import it, but I don't want to use it. I might have to have it in a config env file. That sucks. Wait, how did they handle it here? Config API URL. I mean, it can still work. It can still work. We can still make it work. Because each request needs it. So we can put it in there, or we can put it in the object. Let's just do this, it'll be much easier. And then we don't need to import Axios. Base URL equal to that. Axios config equal to base URL. How would I import it again? Then I would just use base URL. Because then here I can import base URL from config Axios. Export alert user. Base URL. So it's an object now. But then we should be doing base URL. We should destructure. Why is it complaining? Base URL not found in config Axios. Alert user. Why does this work? Alert the JS. Maybe it doesn't work and we just think it's working? Oh, because you want the entire thing, so it's export default, right? Okay, I got it. I got it now. But because we just want that, and it's not export default, it's just export that. Then we import base URL. There we go. And then finally we can do base URL. Which is going to turn into that. Great. And then another base URL here. Beautiful. So now, when we go ahead and do this, we will get a response. Unauthorized. Beautiful. And that was the URL. Worked perfectly. And let's just make sure it didn't break anything and actually get us authorized correctly. Oh, it was capital P, wasn't it? Okay, so we are logged in. Beautiful. Now we have nothing in our storage anymore. Great. So now we can go and change a few things. Firstly, we can change this. Secondly, we can I mean, if you want to handle a logout, we don't really need to do anything with a logout, do we? We don't need to tell the user, hey, you've been logged out. Do we need to do it then? Can you avoid it then if you don't need to do anything? Get logout. Yeah, we don't need it. We just get, and then if there are any errors, error from logout, and then an error. We can log out and then reload the page. Remove the user from local storage and send a request. Send a request to the server to remove the user's session. Local storage, that remove item user, and then the options. So we can have a Axios options here, can't we? With credentials, true. Headers. Response type JSON. And a timeout of 10,000. Because then we only have to pass in Axios options there. And then here, for this long thing, we just pass in Axios options. Then we can also get rid of this. Sweet. So we get rid of that, and then it's all in one place. Looking good so far. Okay, be right back. Just get the last bits of water. Wow, that timing though. Thanks, Waterbot. On my way to get some water. Alright, so next step now that we know it's working, got a few things. We need to connect it so that it's on the submit button again and not the view password button. We need to send a toast notification that we're logged in, and then we also need to change the state to specify that we're logged in. Okay, so let's clean this up first of all. We don't need auth header, config. Huh, because then we could have Axios config. Oh, but then you'd need Axios config.base URL. We could have... We could just have it as base URL. It doesn't actually have to be now that I think about it, it could be config. We can actually rename this to index, and base URL can be that, and then export base URL, because then you import base URL from config. That's better, then it's not like Axios dependent. I keep saying Axio, the cute Pokemon. Then it is just, we can use it wherever we need a base URL. Then we can import base URL or whatever we need, and then we have base URL. Cool. Affects all Axios requests. Okay, so we don't need that. Props.close handler, we no longer have to pass freaking props down and authenticated true and all that shit. Oh my god, it's so good. Yes! We don't need this anymore. Logout is simple, we don't need get all, we don't need any of those. Update, we don't need those right now, we just need these two. There we go. It's done, nice and clean. I'm happy with that. Close config, we're not going to use that. What about actions? Because this is a mess, right? User.login, then response, the response from login, catch error, and then based on if there was a success, we need to do something. Dispatch success. Now where are the actions for authentication? There it is. So success is action.user and logged in will be set to true. So we need to dispatch success with the dispatch success with nothing in it, and then success will be user username, and then if there's an error we need to dispatch failure. If there's an error, dispatch failure error to string. Why would you to string it? What's in failure? And then alert action error to string. Why would you alert them? This would just be alert. Need to import alert from alert. Alert dot error, type alert dot error, and then the message. That's the last thing you want to do, but okay. Cool, so let's give this a try now. Our Redux will now store state. So we do login. and we enter the incorrect password. Look at that. Oh, but it didn't persist, it reloaded. How are you supposed to persist then? If you reload? Redux store persist after reload. I don't think that can work. You need local storage. Redux storage. Redux persist, which one's better? Last published 3 years ago, this one's a month ago. Oh, so you can persist stuff. Hmm. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, geez. So you have like a database locally. That is so cool. Cookie jar equal to a new node cookies wrapper. That's funny. Okay, so Redux persist could be an option if we run into an issue, depending on what we want to persist. So what was the issue when we were logged out, when there was an error? There wasn't. I'll have to see if that behavior is bad. Okay, so there you go. Login request, login success. So initially we had the user and logging in true, and then logged in is true. Logging in, logged in. Beautiful. Then we need to display a notification. Okay, so why isn't it displayed, or what do we need? We need an alert. So when we open alert, we have success. Alert.success. And it takes message as well. Dispatch.alert and then .success. Okay, let's see what happens now. There we go, alert success. You are now logged in. Arican, hey, welcome back. So I decided to postpone the authentication project to work on a spam formatter for Twitch. Okay. Nice. As long as you're happy, you can always get back to it. And if you needed help, you know, you can just let me know. I'd be more than happy to help. In other news, I managed to get things working. You want to see something cool? You'll get to enter a phrase or word and select an emote, and how many times you want to spam it. Oh, that's what you meant by that. Then you can copy and paste the output. It's pretty cool. And show you? Okay, so first thing, let's go and log ourselves out. To do that, we just enter something incorrect. I'll explain that to you now. I just want to start with a clear state. Okay, I'm proud of this. Check this. So check state, right? Authentication, there's nothing in authentication. It's empty. Do you see that? Alert, there's no alerts. Now we're going to go log in. We're going to enter a valid username and password. And check the events here. There's nothing, it's empty. Now I'm gonna log in. It's logging in, and then it logged in, and we got a message. Check. So user login request. When that happened, our username, it shows what username, and it said logging in to true. Then here, user login success, logged in turned to true. So we had logging in, now we have logged in. And then finally, alert success is an alert message which says you are now logged in. 3 things happened. We dispatched successfully. How cool is that? Oh, you want to get the kicker out of all of this? If you go to storage, user is now stored locally. Now remember how every time before when I used to reload, it would wipe? Actually, let me go and do that right now. Wait, was it the wrong one? Making good progress, right? So check here, this is the best part. So you saw the login and everything, and that was great. But now when we reload the app, oh no, authentication is gone. But then we go to the server, and we check with the server what the authentication is, and the server's like, you're logged in, dude. But then we go to our app, and it's like, oh, but app, we're not logged in, why? Check this beauty. We will now check that local storage item. Remember that local storage item that gets created when we're logged in? We're gonna see, hey, if that item exists, set our state to true. That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean you can do things. It just means that for rendering purposes, you're logged in. Now check this. Suddenly, when I reload the page, and then we view state, what? Logged in is true? With that user? Oh, how can that be? How cool is that? Oh man. Actually, it should be the other way around. It should be user and logged in true. So yeah, that's been the highlight of my day. So at least that persists from local storage. If things start getting bigger, then I'm going to look at a library. But for now, that's good. And if the server at any point in time says, dude, you lied to me. You're not logged in. Look what will happen. See user here? User is currently here. Watch it very carefully. I'm going to try now to log in. It's going to be incorrect. User! No! User got deleted! God damn it! And now if we check our Redux store, oh, there's nothing in authentication. And it works. Just like that. Now I just got to figure out if you send an incorrect request. Okay, locally you logged out. But server side. Oh, never mind. Server side it logs you out. I forgot I changed that. So we were logged in, but because you failed logging in, the server logs you out as a security precaution. Wow, it's done. Now all we have to do is hook this up to our login button. And we can actually test it in a non, like, iffy way. Let's go do that. The fact that people pay for what you have learned yourself is amazing. Aww. It's very kind. Thank you, Erican. I think if you just have the motivation and you love what you're doing, then things will come with time, you know? And I think I'm just very lucky that a lot of this information is available online. Because that also does help, you know? Having this access readily available. Being able to research articles, read. I couldn't imagine what that would be like. Imagine living in a state where you don't have access to the internet or very limited access. So in that sense, I'm very privileged to have that open ability, and I'm very thankful for it. So while a lot of people do spend money to study, there are other people out there who may not have the money or have the money, but their restrictions, there's restrictions in place. They can't access certain parts of the internet. I know, for example, if you're in Russia, due to all the sanctions, a lot of my Russian friends have had their accounts, I wouldn't say suspended, but like limited, so they no longer can use GitHub properly. And there are a whole lot of other, things in place due to politics, and that really sucks because it's like one person who decided to make an action against another person. Because remember, politics are all very personal. It's like one-on-one. But everyone suffers. So now, because of the sanctions on Russia, every Russian developer suffers. And that really sucks. So yeah, and it's weird because, you know, the internet is supposed to be that whole free open place, no one owns it, and we get stuff like that, so that sucks. Hopefully we can move away from that and it truly is free, because like I said, the only reason I can get to this point is because, you know, I have the access that I have now. But yeah, your project sounds interesting, I reckon. When you get it working, no pressure. I'd love to see it. So let's get this thing hooked up with our login page, shall we? And then I want to send messages, because that's going to be the next important step. So go to our login. And not much from our component had to change. That's the beauty of all this. So we remove this. We remove this. And then we change that to that. And then on submit. So where's our on submit? Login form. Handle submit, it's this one. Does it have to be in await? Why was I awaiting? I could just do props.login. I think I was awaiting for the response. It could just be props.login. And look at this, we had so much stuff in there before. It's crazy. Like, so much stuff. Holy shit. All of this, just one single line, props.login. Pass in username and password and that's it. There's obviously a few other things we need to change, but that will allow it to have us on click. Just started working on it. This is what I have so far. Let me have a look. See what you got. That's awesome. Epic Pimega. Time to spam like a true gamer. Insert spam word. Convert dank memes. Awesome. That's really cool, I reckon. And you can have like an input box here where the user inputs how many of that they want repeated, so that when you hit it, it basically just multiplies the spam word by that. You could just repeat. There's a repeat option in JavaScript. Repeat JavaScript. This string repeat. So it's very easy. So you just take the value and then you take the string. So let's say they enter Pepega or lol or whatever. That will be your string, right? So you get the user input as the string, and then you just dot repeat, and then based on the value in that input box, you would put that as count, and then that output will be this. Yeah, exactly. So it's super easy. Let me find the W3 link, and I can send it to you. There it is. Here you go. See, my knowledge comes in handy. I've never really used it. I just remember it was a thing. and in your case it'll come in super handy. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, you can just have them from an array. What I would do is get the limit on Twitch chat, because there's a limit to obviously how much you can post. So make sure when you convert the dank memes to the max limit, whatever the user amount is, just make sure that, I don't know how to describe this, but that the last word is a full emote word, otherwise don't include it. So let's say you can have 50 emote words and then half of one emote, so LU instead of LOL, don't include that LU, just include the 50. So you want to just get the max amount of emotes that fit into the word, because otherwise you might have someone that enters 100 and then you only get a certain amount, and then half the emotes, well, not half the emotes, the last bit of emote is cut off. So you can avoid that easily. I mean, that's just like stuff that you can do when you actually got it working. I would have like a little checklist. I like to have a Trello. If you haven't used Trello before, you should check it out to help you manage your projects. So anytime you have ideas, you don't have to do them immediately. You can just do them, you know, you create a list basically of ideas. So they're there. And then when you need to work on ideas, you can just tick them off. That's kind of what you see at the bottom right of my screen. I have a Trello board. That's the current task that I'm working on now. So yeah, those two things and you're good to go. And if you want a layout, like a very super layout, super easy layout, check Bootstrap. I would recommend other things, but I know what it's like trying to start on something and it's so complicated. So I do know what is easy, unlike the other people that tell you what's easy. So instead of doing everything manually by hand, you can look at Bootstrap. If you already know how layouts work, because I can see that, so just look at the documentation. It's very simple, and you basically define grids or layouts or whatever, and it does it for you. And it's so simple to set up, so you don't have to worry about the CSS styling one by one, every element, this, that. You just define. It's very modular, so you like drag and drop. It's not drag and drop. You specify what you want. So bootstrap this, bootstrap that, bootstrap button, whatever, and then it already has CSS classes to make it look good. All you have to worry about is if you want to change the default like styles, the colors and whatever, and you can obviously overwrite from there, but it's a good base to have. If you don't have a design in mind, then you don't want to waste time on a design. It's really nice. So let's check some examples out. So all these things that you see are all done with Bootstrap. Like you can do it right now with the code. You just implement it. It's pretty cool, right? Check the buttons out. All this is Bootstrap. Check the layout. All of this is Bootstrap. You don't have to design a single bit of CSS. It's all there. You just have to look at that. How cool is that? Huh? Nice. So it's something to consider. Oh, and you got like dashboards. That's cool. Like I see a lot of people use these admin dashboards. Yeah, this is my first project where I'm just building things based on my imagination, and you inspired me to do that. Oh, I reckon that is so cool to hear. I'm really happy to hear that. I honestly am. And if there's anything I can do to help, please feel free to let me know. And it's really awesome to see you just doing something. I mean, that's how it starts. Like, just do something, and from there things happen. Be curious. Go out and figure out how things work. It's the best way to do it. But yeah, I really want to see how things progress for you. Do you have Twitter, Arakan, by the way? Oh, nice. What's your Twitter handle? Do you wanna post it? Oh, you followed me? Let me see. What? Wolf bite, right. Wolf bite, let me see if I can find it in my recents. I think I actually remember. Did I get a notification? Let me search, because you said you follow me, so that should be easy to find. At wolf bite. There you go. Got you. Nice. Now I can see your progress. You've been also tracking your progress. This is really awesome, Nana. Love it. Now I can see what you've been up to. Going to be amazing a couple of months from now with what we have done? Absolutely. I see you've also been doing promises and stuff. I'm glad you reached out, because it's really cool to be able to see people who actually make progress. I want to tag you in a tweet real quick. I'm gonna tag you in something now. Wolf bite. And you can respond to it. Alright. Done. No, you are. That was really awesome. But yeah, now that I've seen the things you've bought, I'm expecting some results. Okay, so let me continue with this. What needs to happen now? Right, I want you to be able to log in when you click login. I think we fixed that. But then the prop needs to go away. We need to hide this again. When you click on login, it needs to be hidden. So we could just do props.closeHandler to false. We could do that. So send it back. Because where's app bar? We need app bar. There. So there's the login. On click, handle auth form. So the close handler is set auth form, so it opens auth form, which is here. And then we add auth tabs, which are passed in props.close handler again, which goes into tabs, and then this finally has the login form, which has props. Wait, so technically this should work. If we log in, it should close by itself now. Password 123, log in. Nope. Redux UI. Damn. These are all outdated. This is very interesting. It's a pity that there's no more commits. This is probably quite outdated. Let's see if there's anything new. Wow. So the context API, that's what we want. You create context. Wow. Static context type equal to theme context. Props.avatar size. All right. Okay, so I need to find a better way to pass this down. So what do we have currently? We have... where does it all begin? We have the app bar, which then has auth form, which then has auth tabs, which then finally has login form. So that's how many times I have to pass it down. So app bar calls auth form, which has auth tabs, which has login form. And looking at React's example, I think it would be a waste having it in state. So it's app bar, auth, the auth component. This is auth form. And we have a close handler defined there. We have it in set auth form. But shouldn't that maybe be in auth form directly? Because we can set it to open true. Then auth form will have a state. Oh, it's because we have the login button, isn't it? On click handle auth form, which is, oh, it sets auth form to true. So only thing stopping it from being open is show auth form. If show auth form is true, then it will be visible. Well, then we render it. Wait, can't we have handle auth form, which we then set it open to true? See, now that I think about that. So now that I do this, we're gonna have no login page. I've got an idea. What if we put it in handle auth form? Try this now. Oh, you can't have it in there. That's why we have conditional rendering. Now that makes sense. We don't need a pass authenticated anymore. Why is this an issue now? What? Unexpected token? Why is this suddenly an issue? It was fine before. So when I had it like this, it was fine. But the moment I remove this, but it was always complaining. Weird. There, now it's fine. Okay, it's working. I wonder why this is complaining. Unexpected token, but yet there's nothing wrong with our React. It's crazy how much I just taught myself. Look at this progression. I want to see. Wow! Look at you! That's amazing. That's so cool. Look at you go. That's looking good. Well done, I reckon. Can it do anything yet? Nice, I can't wait to see what happens there. I'm trying to see if this is actually an issue now or not. Okay, so this entire login and log out So actually when I render the user menu here, So if I call it appbarmenu.js, then based on the state, we would have something like this. Export default. User app bar menu, let's call it that. So then we have const user app bar menu equal to this, and we get rid of that, and we chuck this in here and have it like this. So this we have as a return. Return there. And we need to always import React. Menu icon is defined but never used. Okay, let's get rid of it. On-click handle menu. There's handle menu. Okay, so that's, and handle close. we need handle close, and we need open. Okay, and then on click, you're going to call logout. Which is going to be the dispatch. Beautiful. And then map state is just going to be, what do you want from state? Authentication.is logged in, I guess. That anchor L is not defined. In which file? Layout appbar.js. Why is ESLint complaining that it doesn't exist? Can I just delete appbar.jsx? There. You're gonna complain now that it doesn't exist? Still complaining it doesn't exist. Oh my god. Okay, we need to terminate the job, yes, and then npm start. Okay, so set anchor L is not defined. On line 161. Ah. And it's not even complaining about it anymore. Why does it hate this file? No such file or directory. Can we have a new folder under layout called app bar, and inside of it stick the user in there and have that as index and rename it to index.jsx? At least it's not complaining anymore. Oh my god, now it's back to complaining again. Okay. At least we got rid of some dependencies now. We're not using menu item anyway, which is great. So we can get rid of these. And it's not complaining anymore. Import auth. What is auth again? Auth form. Oh, right. Are we gonna have auth form still? Yeah, I guess we are. Okay, so our app bar. Wait, what? Where'd the app bar come from? No, 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 no. There's no app bar. You must die. So who needs app bar? We rendered it from layouts, I think. Main app bar, there you go. It's from components, layout, app bar. Yeah, app bar, index.jsx. But we can pass it in right here. Layout, the user state, instead of doing it in app bar. Or in app bar menu, rather. We literally pass it in layout. So we export default layout. Export default layout. We're gonna need to connect. We need connect from React. Well, not from React, Redux. So we have connect, map state, we need authentication, and map dispatch, which can be logout and login actually. User.login. And then we need to import user from login. So now layout will have that always. We need Redux actions. There we go. User from Redux actions. So now we connect map state, map dispatch. Map state is authentication. Map dispatch, login, user.login, logout, user.logout. So now it's literally on the app bar, and if I need to wrap it further, we can. How amazing is that? So I don't need to pass authenticated. I could just pass in props.authentication, I guess. On props. Must use destructuring. What? Aren't we? Oh. So authentication from props like that. And then just do props like that. So just pass it in as authentication. Well, we don't need to pass it in there, do we? Main app bar. Does main app bar... Is this main app bar? Yes, it is. Do we need to know authentication? We do, so we don't need to go any further. So we can just get it directly from here. That makes sense that layout gives it to main app bar. Because then we have authentication. Authentication equal to props, like that. Then we don't need set auth, and we don't need we don't need auth. So are we logged in? Can be authentication. Why did I have handle change to be event.target.checked? No sense. Okay, so when you click the login button, it needs to call the form to open. Now how can we do that other than having it in state? Oh no, that's what we have. We have it imported as a module. Auth form. It was set open to true. If you clicked it, value must be omitted for Boolean attributes. What? Oh. So we just call open true. So we call open, okay, which is true. Close handler is set auth form. I see. So the sign up and login, shouldn't that be part of the app bar menu? That's for the accounts. Isn't that like an auth? We already have an index login tabs. It's not an auth form. App bar menu. User app bar menu. So it's something auth. It's something, it's like auth. Isn't it like auth? It's the login sign up component. What do you call that if it's grouped? I guess we can just call it auth.jsx. Export default auth menu. Then we need a const auth menu equal to, and shove all of this inside of a return. Probably Let's stick it inside of a div too. There we go. So we need button. We don't need a count circle. So now we basically need to know if you're logged in. Export default auth menu. So in our app bar, we would import auth menu from auth menu, because then we can use auth menu over here. Auth menu. And then user menu is user menu from user app bar menu. Like so. Okay, so let's see how this will work. Auth menu will basically be, we get props. We got authentication, yes. So we could just pass authentication. Auth menu, authentication equal to authentication. And for this, authentication equal to authentication. Nice and easy. So then in auth menu, we have authentication and props. Then we can do something like const authentication equal to props. So we destructure from props. And then we can basically do, if not authentication dot, I think it was is logged in, then we render the login and sign up buttons. And then for this, the auth form is based on then we need set auth form. Which I had as such use state show auth form, set auth form. Close handler set auth form. Use state is currently false. So if it was to be true, wait, can I do on click show auth form? Then we need to import auth form. Let's find where auth form is hiding. So auth form from the index. Export default auth form, yeah. Auth form from auth. Appbar.jsx. Yeah, because it's called index now. Handpans, hey! How you doing? You tired? Yeah, you had a long day, didn't you? How's React been treating me today? It's been very good. It's been the best I've ever had in a long time. It's just unfortunate that you joined me as I'm refactoring things right now. Appbar menu.jsx. If I can get this working, then I can show you what's good. What's the appbar menu? Alright. What do you get done? A lot. So much. Oh my god, you're gonna love it. Props. Authentication equal to props. What did I need authentication in here for? Oh, I think I remember. So if authentication, then it was and that, and then shove the div in there. Something like that. And then where does this close? Did I close it? I think I did. Did I close it? Okay, what are you complaining about right now? Unexpected token? I don't know what you're talking about. We learned linked list today and I got my app working with the course. Nice! So you finally got that working. That must have been fun for you. Arakan here is working on a little Twitch emote spammer. A lot of fun. Arakan, share your progress so far. Take a little snap. What the fuck is wrong with this now? Unexpected token. What? Is that it? Is that why? Oh my god. So the issue was because I can't just have just the conditional rendering, I need it to be inside of a div. So I can't just have conditional rendering by itself. So it renders an empty div. God damn it, that defeats the purpose. Because I was literally just rendering, where was it? I would have just rendered auth menu, just like that. section. No, I only want to render auth menu if we authenticated. And I had that. I render it by default by calling auth menu, and then auth menu I was going to have literally in conditionals. If we authenticated, then render it. But I was complaining about that. It needed to be in a div. You know what I can do? I don't need the authentication is logged in here. I can have the conditional there. I think that would be the better option. That would be the better option. So here we just render out the div. Like that. And then here we have it as a conditional. Like that. So now its authentication is logged in. Then we'll, if it's not logged in, then we'll render the auth menu. And for this one, it's if you are logged in, then we'll render the user menu. Simple. So I have my rendering in here then. That means then I don't have to pass in authentication to this. So that works nicely. And then in the app menu bar, again, I don't have to worry about authentication. We just render it like that. Yeah. But auth menu. Wait, index. You are handling. Wait, I thought you were gonna handle state for us. You're not gonna handle state. Okay. Layout. Then he doesn't want to handle state. He's being lazy. So will you please pass dispatch to him, please? Pass dispatch. Crozetta, hey, VS Code, yep. I'm wondering if map dispatch works the same as map state, where I can return an object and destructure that object. Or the object itself. So login is user.login, logout is user.logout. I wonder if I could just return. Oh, I can't have a return there. Oh, because it's an object right now. So we have to change this basically into a function. Okay, you know what, for now, let's not worry with that. Let us do login and logout. Those are the two things. we get them from props. Then we're gonna pass in login and log out. But why are you complaining? JSX attributes must only be assigned a non-empty expression. I thought I was passing an object. Oh, there you go. Now we've got login and log out. When we destructure that from props. Okay, so now we go back to... Who needed logout? You needed logout. App bar menu. App bar menu is rendered user menu right here. So you need get our props, log in and log out from props, and user menu needs login equal to login. Why are you complaining? JSX attributes must only be assigned a non-empty expression. The fuck? Is it getting too late for me? The fuck? So either my ES length is just like really high right now, or I'm missing something, but that should work. I'm destructuring login from props. I'm just gonna ignore it. That should work. I think my linter is just... No, it's not that. It's complaining about this. Wait, but I needed logout. My bad. It's not login, it's logout that I need to pass. And then in app bar menu, we can get props from authentication logout, and then we can use logout. Oh, we are using it. There we are. What are you complaining about now? Logout is missing. Okay, never mind. That's fine. You still complaining? I just realized something. We can put all of these in there. Then I don't need this one, because those are all the ones we want. What are you complaining about now? Oh my god. Login has already been declared. Where? Where? Where's it already been declared? Where? I'm gonna delete my linter, I swear. Where has login? Where? Tell me now. Could at least tell me where it is. The fuck? It's not being declared anyway, it's just being full of shit again, isn't it? What are you complaining about? Okay, so we're good here. Auth menu, show auth form should only happen when that and that is true. Okay, so this is technically fine. So what are you complaining about here? Hold on. Login is assigned a value but never used. Show auth form is... okay. So it doesn't look like we have any issues. So what, technically we should... oh! app is fine now. We don't get a login form though when we click on it. What was supposed to happen again? Authentication. Wait. Auth menu. Wait, it's not that. It is auth menu, but on click. So login. On click. Show auth form. So I can't set a boolean. Can I assign a value? Can I use state on an on click? Can I do show auth form equal to true? Can I do that? My linter is complaining. Okay, React's complaining as well. So you can't do that. Oh no, I wanted to do set auth form, but I still don't know if you can do that inside of a on click. No. Damn it. Okay, so I'm gonna have to have a on click handler. I wish I could do that. That would have been so cool. Just show auth form equal to set auth form true. But you can't do that. Okay. Handle click. Why do you need to show the auth form? Because how else are you gonna get the auth form? Like what? Must the auth form just magically appear? It must read your mind and be like, oh, you wanted me to open? Okay. Are you complaining? Everything is complaining. Unexpected token. Okay, so set auth form to true. Great. Then on click, we are just gonna do handle click. You just wait until I pull you into my code? But you couldn't even help me getting Redux working. You know how much I had to struggle by myself? Hey! Wait, what? It closes now. How the fuck does that work? How does it close? Oh, close handler. I'm passing. Oh, okay, cool. You want to see something cool? I can finally show you. You want to see something amazing? You want to see it? So I'm going to go and enter something invalid real quick. You ready? You ready? I don't think you're ready for this. I think you're going to be amazed. So check my state, right? You can call your Visual Studio as wife because it's complaining a lot. Oh, not real sass. Okay, you guys want to see magic. Arakan's already seen it. So hand pans, no thanks to you. We go to login, right? We enter our user. This random user that I picked up online. Okay, we're gonna go login. Check our actions. Whoa, user login request, user login success, alert success, what? Authentication, let me zoom in for you. User Jamar logged in, true. There's the alert that I would send to my snack bar, but I haven't. I'm basically trying to import all my components from that one massive mess and slowly trying to neaten it. That's what you've seen me doing now. Right? Happy to help you get it. Yeah, sure. You helped me get it working so good. Oh, and check this. Now, if you... Oh, so the next thing is this. Check, it stores a user key. So when I reload, you remember before when we used to reload? You would get nothing in authentication? Well, check now. It will persist, and we know that we're logged in. So the state will always persist through load-in because we store it in local storage. as the user, and if you try to get authorization from the server but you fail authorization, it will remove the local storage key if it detects a 401 from the server. No, I didn't use persist. I literally just stored it in local storage. It's one thing. I was like, no, I'm not going to use a library just to do one thing. Later on, maybe. So are you happy with my advancements? We went from what the fuck are we doing to now I can actually explain to you, since you couldn't explain to me. You're welcome. So I actually refactored this so much since you were watching me now. Okay, so how it works is I have the outermost, or like, what do we call it? The hierarchy, I have a layout file, right? And inside that layout file, I render whatever you see on my app, right? So inside of layout, I have a main app bar. So main app bar is, as you can figure out from the name, the app bar that we have. So I'm passing down authentication. So how we connect to state is we have our first function, which is map state. That basically says, hey, will you please get these things out of state for us? So in map state, for this specific connection, I am extracting authentication and I'm returning authentication. So essentially, I can go props in layout and destructure authentication from props so that I have authentication now. So in main app bar, I'm basically passing down authentication. So now that we've figured out how I've connected that, we also have dispatch. Dispatch basically allows me to have the certain actions in the creators that we've created. So for login and logout, the only two that I need right now, I'm passing that in as well. So I can go props.login to get the user login action and props.logout to get user logout. So now we go to main app bar, which is over here. And this is still a mess because I'm trying to clean it up, but it's a little less of a mess now. Now that we have authentication passed down, we can destructure it from props so that I can check if we are not logged in, then show the authentication menu. And then if we are logged in, show the user menu. So I've got to like still play around with these things right now. But yeah, that's basically it. And then for the storing of the local user, that is done over here. So I cleaned this up so nice. Do you remember what a mess the login function was? Well, I firstly turned this into a promise, so it resolves or rejects. So I post with Axios. Then when I get a positive response from the server, so like a 201 200, in local storage I set user to the username and I resolve the promise with the username. If there's an error and I make sure it's a 401, I force logout, which basically removes that item from local storage, and to the API I request a logout, which destroys our cookie and invalidates our session on the server. And then I reload the window, and then I finally reject with an error. Yeah, so that's what I've done. This always starts with what the fuck am I doing and ends creating entire system. Yep, that's what we do in a nutshell. Yeah, I'm proud of this. It works. It's very modular, and I don't feel like I'm lost anymore in my own code. But I just gotta figure out something now. It's not rendering the auth menu. Let's figure out why. So what am I checking? Oh, we're not logged in anymore. That'll make sense, wouldn't it? Okay, so login. Logged in, true. Great. So authentication, the key is logged in. Let me first see if I can get it. So under index, I want to log authentication value. This thing keeps, I hate ESLint right now. Like, I have a love-hate. It keeps telling me this file doesn't exist. No such file directly. The current one that I'm working on. Like, I don't know what it's smoking, but it thinks that doesn't exist for whatever reason. And I mean, if it didn't exist, React wouldn't be able to render right now. Authentication value. What was I trying to get? I want to see what authentication dot is logged in gives us. Okay. Now, authentication value is undefined. Oh. Isn't it logged in? Oh, it is. Oh, for fuck's sakes. It's logged in, not is logged in. That would help. So authentication value true. So it's not is logged in, it is just logged in. There. Okay, now, hey! Look, our menu! And it's not fake like yesterday where we were pretending, it's actually working right now. Let's see if the logout works. I want to check Redux. Wait, I don't think I set paths for logout, did I? Do I have an action for it? I don't think I do. I don't think it knows what to do. I don't think I set up anything, so logout's not going to do shit right now. You're going to have to help me get set up. I really like that menu UI. Yeah, I mean, sure. It's just simple material UI, but I could definitely help you. Since we can't log out, let's go delete the cookie. I mean, not the cookie, the item. So we can also see if this works. So if I delete user from here, and I reload the page. Oh, look at that! That's sweet! Okay, but let's actually get the logout working, because, yeah, so we can actually get that. You don't understand the pain that is styling in my heart. I mean, that's what Material was created for. That and Bootstrap. Okay, so what's wrong with logout? Logout is logout. Logout is supposed to dispatch an action. That's a dispatch. Wait, first let's logout. Can you stop saying this file doesn't exist? Logout value. Logout. I want to see what logout is. Logout value is undefined. Oh. Okay, so we found our one issue right now. Where are we passing it down? Index? What index is this? Which index? Oh, this... What the f... Okay. Auth menu? No. This... So we're not getting logout. Okay, so that means this wasn't working. Map dispatch. So login, logout. The way that I'm doing this is incorrect. Wait, why am I doing it like that? Why the fuck am I putting it in an object? It should just be login, logout. Oh, but React is putting it in freaking curly braces. I don't know. I mean, that, whatever that is. Okay, anyway, let's check the value now. Logout value is still undefined. Wait, let's just make sure. Logout value is still undefined. Why? Wait, let's see what login and logout are here. Log is login. Log2 is logout. Let's first make sure those are actions. This thing is constantly complaining. It like hates my index file. It like literally complains about everything. Just that one file. I don't understand. I don't know what I've done to piss it off. Okay, there we go. We got an action creator and an action creator. So that is working. So it's the way I'm passing it that's not working. So why? Why can't I just pass in login, logout? Dispatch. Why can't I pass an object? Also, we can just destructure this again on one file and not need two there. That won't solve the problem, that will just look neater. Can you not? You can pass an object, can't you? We could do something like const dispatch actions equal to log in, log out. We could do that and then just pass in dispatch actions. Wait, what the fuck just happened now? Oh man. I don't know why they are in parentheses. My ESLint just decided it's going to do it that way. Look at this. Now return is invalid. Unexpected token return. Get fucked! Okay, so what are we destructuring? Login and log out from props. Yeah, login and log out. I don't know if it will exist now. Let's just check. Yeah, it exists. Wait, no, that's a potato state. Oh, I gotta delete those logs. Logout value is undefined. Because it's an object now. Wait, what would it look like? I'm so confused. Where are we? This index. This index? No, it's not this index. Where the fuck am I? Oh, it's this one. Dispatch actions. Can we clear up some logs? Yeah, well. I just want to sort this out. Dispatch actions is an object which has login and log out. And I'm passing it to Oh. It's dispatch now. We need to destructure dispatch. Dispatch. So it's basically dispatch. So I have to destructure dispatch to get login and log out. I mean, I could just pass in login and log out if I really wanted to. Like if I want to just save myself the misery right now and refactor later, we could just do login equal to login and log out equal to log out. I just thought it would be nice to have them in a single object, you know. So login, login, log out, log out. Cool. So now we have login, log out, and log out will be the right logout. We can check now. And there we go, logout value. Perfect. We should be able to log out now. Okay, we logged in. There you go. Isn't that nice? Sweet, great. Love the logs. Let's check our Redux store. User login request, user login success alert. Great. Amazing. We're logged in. Can I log out? Wow. User log out. Look at that. It actually worked. Holy shit. Amazing. Isn't that cool? Nice. Users log out. There we go. It actually fully works. We went from back end to front end, and then to back end and front end again. So didn't get to the sign up for, but that'll be easy. Check local storage. Should be removed. Yeah, there's nothing here. Let's log in. Cool, I'm logged in. Now for the big trick, let me close that and open React again. Oh, what do you know? I'm still logged in. And I can go to a different path, like user. Yep, and it will still show me as logged in. Wow, the hardest part is done. We can actually start with content. And actually make these things do something. So login, logout works. Now I want to I want to get that notification working, the toaster. And it does it so fast. You see that? You don't even notice that I logged out. I just like clicked it and like boom, done. Amazing. The power of stores. Now we just have to figure out in our main layout. I've got a store and I'm passing authentication down to main app bar. In main app bar, I'm passing authentication down to auth menu. And then, well, actually technically it does use it here. I was about to say, should I just pass it directly to auth menu, but I realized that app bar is using it directly. So there's no point in connecting a store here because it's literally just one down. I'm trying to work on the philosophy where if we just need to pass props one layer down, there's no point connecting it to a store, is there? So in this case I got to pass down. Yeah, one down is fine, exactly. Then in auth menu we also passed it one down, but it's not the same authentication. We just passed down the action. Now here's the thing. Logout. App bar doesn't use logout, but user menu does. So then it makes you think we're passing it down twice. Oh no, it is still one down, isn't it? Because app bar is the main one. No, it's still one down. It's still one down, yeah. That's if we had to, like before, do you remember I had to pass down 4 times? It was a nightmare. Here's something that we need to look at now, okay? On click for auth form, remember to open and close it. So let me show you what that is. This, open and close, right? This is the close handler, which I set to set auth form. Set auth form is basically the state of that auth form. Is it visible or not? By default, it's not visible. When you click on the button to log in, it handles click, which sets set auth form to true. If set auth form is true, our conditional rendering will render auth form, right? Now auth form will basically open auth tabs and it will pass down close handler. We go to auth tabs and it's got login form, which passes close handler. What I'm basically trying to say is we literally passed down twice now, 3 times that close handler. So this is what made me think, should we have it in state? But then the other thing is, what would you store it as in state? Like, would it be a waste to have that in state? Don't worry about it? You think so? It's quite complex though. Did you see it? Because what would you have it here under? UI? Would I have a key called UI and then auth form? Because I could have a keep your state minimal. Yeah, but I also would like to leverage it. I mean, now that we have it set up and working, wouldn't that be something worthwhile? Have a UI key and inside it things that might be open and closed, like auth form. Because we could save ourselves from drilling 3 times. We had to drill 3 times to get here. And the reason I say that is because the final destination for where we drilled to get handle close already has a store connected to it. It's our login form. So if it already has a store connected to it, literally all we had to do is connect it from dispatch. Just move on to more functionality. You don't think it would be hard to follow though? Because here you pass it on to tabs. Close handler. It's irrelevant, it doesn't use it here. And then tabs passes it on to the login form, and then you finally get to the login form. You see what I mean? We started there, boom, boom, boom to get here. And the reason it's like that is, so login shows auth form. This is auth form. Then you have the tabs. Login form is the tab. Sign out is a tab as well. Draw out a component diagram. What do you mean by that? I'm gonna go crash, right. Before you crash, you wanna help me clean this tab up quickly? I was just looking at the example. They have Ali props. It's that accessibility thing. And all this is doing is a function that takes an ID nav tab and changes index based on the index that you pass in. So nav tab 1, nav tab 2. I could technically remove that entire thing, couldn't I? It's got ARIA controls as well. Nav tab panel. Do we? Yeah, we kind of need that, don't we? Or would you call it like nav tab 1, nav tab 2? Wouldn't it make sense to call it literally just log in and sign up? We could do this. We could take in what do you call it? Like a name? What? No, I'm gone. What? What happened? Not till 1 AM again. But you enjoy it. Don't leave me now. It is too late. Come back. Ali props. We should pass in a name. Login. And sign up like that. Then it should take name, I think. Do we call it name or ID? Just call it ID. And then nav tab. This can be ID. Nav tab panel. Sign up, sign in, etc. So that should look nicer now. Brush up on your SQL. What do you need? Okay, so let's check this now. Because then this should have a nice ID, shouldn't it? There you go. Nav tab login. Right. And this one? Nav tab sign up. Sweet. And then where'd the other nav tab go? Is it inside the span? No, it's not. Isn't there more things it set? It sets ID. And then ARIA controls. Nav tab panel. Oh, there's a freaking panel? Where the fuck is the panel? The panel? It's news to me. Whoa. Wouldn't the panel be this entire thing here? Apparently it's not that. ARIA label, there we go. Nav tabs example. Incorrect. Why is it called nav tabs example? No, wait. Why is it called nav tab panel? I don't know, maybe that's a default thing. Anyway, where else was that? That was here. Align center, div, role, tab panel, hidden, value not equal to index. ARIA labeled by, what is index? Oh, this is tab panel. It takes an index. Where do we have tab panel? There. So this technically needs to be log in login panel, and this needs to be sign up panel. There. So we take tab panel. It's amazing how React works with all these things. And then it takes index, but instead of index it's going to be ID. What is hidden now? ID, nav, tab panel, then the ID. ARIA labeled by nav tab. Nav tab sign up panel. The fuck? Erican, you got something for us? Let's have a look. Ho ho ho! Nice! Looking good! Does it work yet? You make it look pretty, but I want to see things working. I usually get things working before I make them pretty. That's why I'm asking, is it working? Because it got way prettier from the initial one. About to insert images, and yes, it works. Ooh, beautiful. Okay, so what's happening here? Align center component div. Role tab panel hidden value not equal to ID. ID nav tab panel ID. ARIA labeled by nav tab ID. Then the other stuff that gets rendered. Uh-oh. Oh, so value does have to be... Index equal to 0. And then let's call this ID equal to login panel. And then this one should be ID, and then we should have a index equal to 1, and then ID removes. Okay, there we go. So we got index 0, index 1, ID. Great. So we need to just add ID to this so it expects ID, and then the index, it can still do the comparison, value not equal to index. Then ID needs to be nav tab panel ID. The nav tab panel you just say login without the panel. Login and sign up. Nav tab panel login sign up, and labeled by nav. Is there a nav tab? Oh, there is. Nav tab ID. So it's labeled by nav tab ID. So there's a panel and then there's a tab. Those are the tabs. Okay, there we go. Let's check now. First toggle is the option for the lol emote. Put it up somewhere. A code pen or something so I could try it out. Alright. That's so cool. Look at that. It actually works nicely. You should be proud, Erican. That's freaking awesome. Gotta get some bugs fixed. Okay. Let me know if you need any help, but that's so cool. There's tab index. Oh, okay, that's why I needed an index. Labeled by auth form. Nav tab login. Okay, that works. Nav tab sign up. ARIA controls nav tab panel sign up. Nav tab panel login. Great. That's a tab list. There's login and sign up. Nav tab panel login. Nav tab panel login. There you go. ARIA labeled by nav tab login. What is it labeled by? Nav tab login? Nav tab login, there you go. Nav tab login. Nav tab login, okay, that is fine. Beautiful. And this one, nav tab panel sign up, labeled by nav tab sign up, which is nav tab sign up. There you go. So it's working. Beautiful. And we changed the names so they not generic like that anymore. This was complicated though. And then you stick it in a box, then you put its children in the box. The alley props, nav tab, ARIA controls, nav tab panel. Okay, so we need to change this apparently to a JSX for the sync to stop complaining. There you go. I'm going to call it a night, need to get some sleep, but I can't wait to continue working on this. Right man, yeah, I feel the same. I think I'm going to neaten up this tabs file, this and the auth form file, and then I'm also going to call it a night. I'm really happy. I got the login and the logout fully working. The state persists. It's amazing. It's like fully functional now. It's incredible. It feels amazing. And yeah, I'm really happy with your project. It came along really fast from like the simple. You should take screenshots. If you can still go back and like undo your changes, you should like take a screenshot of what it looked like and like keep taking screenshots of your progress, because it's amazing to look back and be like, whoa, it was like that and now it's like that. Yeah, actually save the links. If you can still access the chat, let me know if you can't access it. But if you can still access your chat, save the links of the screenshots that you sent me. Download those images and then just have them. It's nice to go through. And yeah, hope you have an awesome one and sleep well, I reckon. Keep well. So children, what is children? Tab panel. These are its children, I guess. Login form. No, its children is this. Whatever is inside of this. The login form is its children. It puts it in a box. This is for the typography, the text. And the box has the children in them. That's so cool. How we render these things. So value is just handle change. Most people don't handle change well. So I need close handler. I also need authenticated from props. There we go. Because then I can just do close handler and authenticated. And put this first because I'm OCD and I like it like that. So that's nice. And then in login form, what is all this for? Oh, for the password, right? So this login component can technically be used anywhere else if I decouple it. If it's done correctly, it would just be a login form. And it's connected to state as well, which is beautiful. It has everything it needs, login, logout. Why does it have logout? I don't think it should have logout. I don't think it needs logout. Wasn't I passing that somewhere else as well? Logout? Like here? No. Layout maybe? Yeah, there's login, logout. So I don't think login needs it. In fact, where am I using login? I don't think I'm using it anyway. What about logout? Wait, we're using login. Yes. But I don't think we're using logout. Let's see. Where else are we using? Oops. Where else are we using logout? Yeah, so then we can take logout out. And then we just have login user.login. That ends up being nicer. We can have map state still. Beautiful. Oh, so if we failed, we needed to set the values. I forgot about that. So handle submit should be props login values.username values.password. If there's an error, we need to update the form. Now I just realized I think it will close the form whether we're logged in or not. Let's check quickly. So if we log in with anything, even if it's incorrect, it's going to still close it. So we don't want that. So we actually need to get a response. We could have login return a promise. I just don't know if that's the best thing to do. We could have it return. Actually, it does return a promise. But where's it return it to? Oh. Returns it to authentication, doesn't it? No, it returns it to somewhere else. The actions? Yeah, here. So we get in here into an action, which is login. And here it tries user.login username password, then response. Dispatch success. If error. Oh, so technically we'll have an error in our store, won't we? Well, we had one, but then the page gets reloaded. I don't think we need to reload the page anymore. I don't know why we did that before, but I don't think it needs to be done anymore. Don't think we need to reload. So if we log in with the incorrect username or password, that will get stored in state. Request failed with status code 401. So we could store that as instead of that error, we just have a generic dispatch failure. Wait, so we had dispatch failure. Yeah, user login failure. And then we need to alert. But are we erroring it to string? Dispatch failure. Where's failure? Here it is. Return type user login failure and an error. There. If there's a user login failure, it returns nothing for the user. Oh, so then I'll have no user in there. Okay, that makes sense. Why were we passing error then? That's what doesn't make sense to me. Why were we passing an error? Does it check? No, it doesn't. So we don't need to pass error here. So then we just call failure like that. And then we call alert error. The username or password entered was incorrect. Please try again. Should I have this in an enum somewhere? Let's try this again. Alert. There you go. The username or password was incorrect. Please try again. And then we need to show that from state in our auth form, our login form. There's login. There it is. We need to have this in use effect actually. if authentication dot logged in props dot close handler. Oh, don't we have authentication? We do, but we're not using it for some reason. Well then let's freaking use it. Authentication from props. If authentication dot logged in props dot close handler false. What's close handler? Maybe if it's open. So if props.close handler and authentication.logged in, then props.close handler false. So close it. And then we need another one for if. We need alert too. We need alert authentication return alert authentication. Then we need alert from props, and then finally if there's alert oh, we should have gotten close handler, because then we don't have to do props.close handler. So if there's an alert, what does it look like? If there's an alert, if alert, then we want to set error message then something like this, where we set values, error username true, error password true, and then error message is going to be alert.message. Okay, ignore all the red. So if that works okay, we got an error, but it shouldn't be yet. It should be if alert. Oh, alert exists. Let's see what alert is. I didn't realize that it's true if it's an empty object as well. Alert value is an empty object. Weird, that's true. Maybe we should do if alert.message. If alert and alert.message. There. That way it shouldn't trigger. There you go. Should have gotten an error now. There you go. Oh, that's. Oh, wait, is this on change? Use effect. I should probably put this on the submit. Handle submit. There you go. Let's try that. Okay, so that works, but now I can't change the form. Almost working. Hmm. We can have multiple use effects? No. God damn it, I didn't realize that. Okay, that'll make things much easier now. If close handler and authentication.logged in, props. No, you just call close handler. So when either of these change, if values if values.username and values.password set submit disabled to false, else set submit disabled to true. These are exactly the same as the one below. Okay, let's try this now. Oh, that actually works. Oh, but we can't change the input now. So the values in the list need to change, the username and the password. Now I just gotta figure out why it's not letting me interact with this at all. Uh-oh. Go broke something. Oh, I think we have an infinite loop here. That's not good. And then what needs to change for it to trigger again? Error message. Hmm. Maybe it should be set to alert.message. Why was error password this whole time? That's weird. Okay, let's try this. Okay, so we're not getting the error message that I was hoping we would get. Pity. And if I just have it set to error message, oh, that won't be able to because it won't be able to access. We should base it on state. Can we base it on alert.message? There you go. But I'll only do it if state changes, that's why. And right now it's exactly the same. We should clear the error afterwards, that's why. We need to dispatch clear. That's it. We need alert. We need an action here. There's user, which is user.login. We need alert.clear. We need clear. And that will give us what we need. There's alert, perfect. So we import alert user from Redux actions. Then we should have alert dot clear. But we have an alert state as well. God damn it. We have alert state. So if I have this alert, that's going to be a problem. I wonder how they cleared alert. Let's see where they used it. Well, let's see where they use clear rather. Oh, clear alerts. The clear alerts is alert actions.clear. I can have login there. We can have user action.login. User apparently it should be alert actions. So alert actions.clear. Can do that. Alert actions.clear, that's clear alerts. And this needs to be user actions.login, but then we need to export it from the actions. So where we have Redux, actions, index, alert actions, and user actions. So now we should have clear alerts. Should be able to destructure clear alerts. And then after there's a change, if there's a change in use effect, I'll set them to false, yeah. Handle change. Because login was an action, you have user, but then you should have alert as well, clear, which is alert.clear. Success, error, clear. Success, error, clear. Clear, yeah, which is clear alerts. So it's a function. Yeah, there you go. If alert and alert.message. There you go. Okay, let's see what that gives us now. So we have nothing in state. Login. Incorrect username and password. They'll update state. Username and password you entered was incorrect. So that's the alert. And then if I type anything, we clear the alert. So that means it can bring it up again. And then we'll close it. And bring it up again. And we'll close it. Wow, that actually worked. That's so cool. Wait, it puts the user there briefly. Oh, because it puts it in the login request. Then it's a login failure. Okay, I get it. We also need to alert clear. In wherever we handle the close. Where do we do that? If alert and alert message. That's for handle change. But the login form. Oh, because that's the dialog. We'll have the change. So basically we need it in use effect. If close handler clear alerts. Wait, is that right? If no, we're constantly clearing the alert. wasn't that. What is close handler? Close handler is a function that you pass false to. And alert and alert.message, then clear alerts maybe? Otherwise we're just gonna have to deal with it like that. Yeah, I think we're just gonna have to deal with it. Wait, why is it clearing the alerts the whole time? Oh, and handle change. That's why. Maybe I should have if alert and alert.message. There. Now it won't clear it every single time. Ox Hunter, hey, how you doing? You self-promote? Yeah, go for it. Why not? If you're doing coding, programming or whatever, then of course. Nice, cool. Awesome, well I appreciate that. Thanks for dropping by, Ox Hunter. Yeah, and I wish you all the best with your cybersecurity stuff. It's only 70 members big. Well, it's gonna grow. It can only grow, right? Well, it got deleted 4 times. Oh, rip. And yet you got it back up to 70. That's awesome. Maybe you should create your own Discord. I do have one. If you type in exclamation Discord. There's an alert which contains an alert message displayed. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah. Just post it on your channel? Yeah, it's true. I have one on my gaming channel. But I should probably put one on that one when I get a chance. That on my YouTube channel. The only thing is an alert can come from anywhere. Now that I've realized, the alert can come from anywhere. We're just assuming that it's the alert that we want. That's something dodgy now. Because what if it's a completely unrelated alert? Because you could be doing something else. You just try to log in, or you get an alert. And now you go do something else on the site and it's stored that alert message. I think the reason for that is whatever issues the alert needs to clear it again. So let's get a snack bar. Where's our snack bar? We have a snack bar here. What does it need? It needs a message. Props.message. Can we make a deal? I share your Twitch and you share my Discord? I mean, how would you want me to share it? It's up to you. I don't usually like send out promotions and stuff, so that's why I said you're more than welcome to post in my channel here. Other than that, yeah. I guess I just have things grow if they grow. If people come, they come, you know. But I know a lot of other people are big on the follow for follow, like for like kind of thing. I've just like never bothered. It's the effort that you could spend coding things, right? I mean, yeah, if you want to post it. I don't have promotions on my Discord though, so I don't share invites and stuff. They get removed because it's like pretty peaceful and small. But if I can like share it with like people that I see here, I have the link. But you don't have a website or anything, do you? I'll make an exception for you. You got a Twitch. Oh yeah, you're Ox Hunter, right? Or is it another one? I stream games and CCNA content. Okay, nice. And what games do you like to play? Strategy based. Okay, nice. What's your favorite strategy of all time? Because mine would definitely have to be the Command and Conquer Generals. Just love generals. Age of Empires, nice. Which Age of Empires? Because 2 was still amazing, and 3, like, they changed things a lot with your cities and stuff. Age of Empires 1 and 2, and DE. What was DE again? Oh, the definitive edition? Yeah, that was pretty sick. Let's get a snack bar in here. See my snack bars. Oh man, if this works, this will be pretty exciting. Expected an assignment where line 49. Line 49, what did we do wrong? Oh. Okay, I see what's going on. This needs to be in a conditional rendering. At the bottom here, which is something like, how does it go? Error, alert. If there's a alert, then do this. Create a div for it probably. Like that. But I'm pretty sure it's that. If I remove that, can you play this song? I'll check it out now. Getting those Age of Empire vibes. Hey Lynn, you're back. Didn't you go to sleep and you're back again? There we go. Can I have clear alerts in here? Ah, I can't.
Anonymous donated $1 to the family.
Whoa! Anonymous? Who could Anonymous be? Thanks for the $1. Weren't we in the same time zone? Yeah, I think we are. I just haven't gone to bed yet. Ah, the song. That was me, Ox Hunter. Alright, why not? I mean, the video is gonna get demonetized anyway. Might as well. Just for you, Ox Hunter. It's amazing. Old school vibes for sure. Thanks, Ox Hunter. I really appreciate the donor. Oh, it actually works. Look at that. The username and password you entered was incorrect. I do. I really like it. Then how much progress? So we have a full login feature now. Check. I can enter the username. And you'll notice here where it says login sign up, it will turn to the user icon now. And if I close it and I reopen it again, it will persist with the user state. So the login system is pretty much done. I'm just trying to play around with the notification system now. So I get it to work. You'll see if I enter something incorrectly, the bottom left. The username or password entered was incorrect. Please try again. Are you using session cookies? Kind of. It's managed server side. So it goes through a bit of some hashing salting magic to decrypt it, and then it checks if it's valid, and it checks it against the database because it stores it in the database as well for verification purposes. And it does expire. I don't know what the default is, however long it is. So this is Node. Yeah, Node for the back end and React for the front end. So it's full stack. The MERN stack. Mongoose, Express, React, and Node. The only issue now is, wait, oh, because it doesn't dispatch, right? When I click login, oh no, it does. There is an alert, but then why is it not showing the alert again? I think it's because I set it to not repeat itself. If there's a alert.message, snackbar is open is set to true. That's weird. Alert.message does have a prop type. It only shows again then. It only shows once. I guess that's not that bad. But here's the downside. If you leave it on this error state and then you come back here, then it tells you the username and password is incorrect. And then if you go and come back, yeah, it's going to keep doing it. want to learn React.js, where should I learn it? Lens like React.js, yeah, or I use Free Code Camp. It was pretty awesome. I'll give you the basics, but the best way to learn is to just do and build. You can ask Lynn here, struggled for like 6 to 8 hours just to get Redux working. And now we have a store that dispatches actions that we can actually debug and check step by step what our state was. We can see here there was a login request with that user, and the logging in state was true. Then we got a failure, and that was the alert message. Hey Godless, how you doing? As for the front end, I got some coding experience in PHP and Python. Oh, that's nice. And the Django frameworks. Well, PHP is pretty much back-end as well, so sorted there. DDG? I've got an idea now. What if the snack bar dismisses alerts, but then you're coupling it? You're coupling a component, which is not really a good idea. If only I could extend the snack bar. Hold on, maybe there's some API. Maybe there's a callback function linked to it. They were smart enough to do that. I'm pretty sure they did. Callback fired. There you go, when transition is exiting. Beautiful. So either on exited or on exiting. Or maybe we can do it on enter, clear it. Or on exiting. Beautiful. Oh, DDG, that's what you meant, Lynn. Do you have SQL injection? And XSS? Yeah, I do, for both. Well, yeah, not for SQL. The strings are handled automatically with Mongoose. So I have that set in my schema, and there are ASCII tables, Unicode tables, escapable characters. All of those get stripped. This could work. On exiting. Callback fired when the transition is exiting. When the transition is exiting, when the what? These are both the same. Callback fired when the transition has exited. So I think we should call it on exited. Wait, there's an on close as well. Maybe we could set it to that, on close. We could do on close, yeah. On close. Let's pass it a function. What's my alert? Clear alert. There you go. On close, clear alert. So it's going to call clear alert. Oh, imagine I don't have to do anything. This would be freaking amazing. That would be incredible. Let's see if this actually works now. I'll be so happy. Sorry, Godless, were you referring to me now or something else? Okay, there you go. There's the message. Will it disappear by itself? No, it didn't update it for some reason. Damn. Too good to be true. I thought it would just call it natively. So snack bar. Oh wait, isn't that sent to handle close? I think that's why. I think it goes to handle close. Snack bar on close. Yeah, on close, handle close. Yeah, there you go. So here we need to set Let's see if we can clear alerts. But we would need it in state now. That becomes a bit unwieldy. Connecting state to the snack bar. Wait, no, hold on. Can I can pass it. I love this track. It's so peaceful. On close. The clear alerts. Let's see if this will work. It's just crazy enough that it might work. Let's destructure. Destructure clear alerts from props because we passed it down. Then on handle close we just call clear alerts. How about that? See if that will work. Have you tried Vue? No, I haven't tried Vue yet. I've heard a lot of people speak about it. I'll have to at some point see what it's all about. So there's the error message right there. Let's see if it will now call the... Oh, got an error. Clear alerts is not a function. I thought we were destructuring it and passing it. Wait, I gotta think how this gets passed. So on exited, clear alerts. Let's log props. Let's see all the props that it has. And let's see if I passed it down. Might not have passed it down. There's tracks on fire. There, props. Is open, on exited. So there is a on exited. So we need on exited. Okay. Will that work? On exited, the clear alerts? I wonder. I'm just literally playing around right now. See what happens. Oh, error again. It's not a function. Props. So on exited, there's a function we need. That's the function. So I basically need a call on exited, actually. That's what I need to call, on exited. Wait, can't we just do... That won't work. How do I assign it to its own value? How did it go again? Can I do... Well, why can't I do clear alerts? Oh wait, that doesn't work. I was just looking at the red thinking it's just missing prop validation. So clear alerts will be on from on exited from props. Okay, that should be it. Clear alerts is not defined. Wait, what? Am I not doing this correctly? So close. Alright, let's see if it will even work before we do this. Before I worry about figuring out how to get it working, let's destructure on exited and call on exited, which is the function. If any. And if it clears it, then we know. Let's check our Redux store. There's the alert right now. Stream grew to 7 views. That's good. Okay, now we're not even... Wow. Well, that was strange. So if you click... Oh, it actually does dismiss it. It actually does dismiss it. The error message. But it doesn't clear state from what I can oh! Oh wait, it actually did. What? It actually cleared state. But then why is it not disappearing? Hold on. It should disappear within 6... Oh! It did! It actually did. No ways. It actually did. Okay, perfect. But we don't like on exit. It should clear it immediately the moment the message appears. So let's change it to on enter. Yeah, I think that'll be a better option. So we're gonna pass in on enter, clear alerts, then on enter, on enter. So then it should immediately wipe it from state. Then we don't have to worry about that alert message. Let's see. No, it might have been too quick. Oh no, it wiped it now. Oh, that's on handle close though. That's on handle close. That still won't work. So let's add a on enter. Was it on enter? Yeah, it was on enter. So on enter equal to handle enter, I guess. Then handle enter is going to be a function that will literally just call on enter. So now we should get what we want. Comes into state? No. Weird. And now it stays. Even worse. 8. Yay. So on enter is handle enter. It's trying us here, it's really trying us. So we taking on enter and we're passing on enter, clear alerts. So on enter, we should have it here in our log. There you go, props. On enter, it's our action creator. Actually, you know what? We shouldn't even be doing any of this in here. We should be doing it from the action creator here. When there's a failure, yeah, dispatch failure. Dispatch alert.error. This is where it should be happening. Yeah, We put the snack bar in here. I think that's going to be the best option. So snack bar, where are you? The login. We're not going to call this snack bar right now. As tempting as it is. No snack bar. Then no handle enter. No destructuring of on enter. And no on enter. Okay. So now that we have that, we're gonna import this into our user action. So import snack bar from components snack bars bottom left. Cool, so now that we have the snack bar, we'll be able to dispatch it as well, straight from the action. Right there. So snack bar is open. Wait, what are you complaining about? We gotta import React. Okay, there you go. I have no idea if this is gonna work, but if it does, message is gonna be alert.message. Actually, it should be that message. It's probably a better way to do this, but we're just going to try this quickly because I have no idea even if it's going to work. And then on enter, there's going to be no on enter. It's literally just going to be that. No idea if this is going to work. We have an error. Why? Is this still part of the catch? Yes, it is. Oh, it's in login that it's complaining. Let's go to login. There you go, that's why. Okay, let's see if we actually get a snack bar. We got an alert error. Oh wait, it would have dispatched it, wouldn't it? There it is. Got Fiverr now, nice! What do you do on Fiverr? Alright, I should probably get to sleep, else I'm going to be going around in circles. We achieved a lot today. I'm going to add a to-do here. Figure out the neatest way to dispatch error to dispatch snack bars. And I'm going to also stick this in the actions folder because I have a feeling it's going to be linked somewhere there. I want to decouple things as much as I can. I don't want them tightly coupled because then we run into the same issue like last time. This return, no, I'm going to remove this for now. Good, and then comment that out. Cool. Right, so I'm gonna end things off here for now, guys. I'm really happy with the progress. We can log in and log out, which was the most important functionality, and I've achieved that. Can log in, we get the user profile. Next will be actually generating the user profile. That's pretty simple. I want a way to dispatch the alerts that we get, whether it's a success, failure, all that. Actually, I'm going to make a note of that. Okay, so yeah, I'll base it on the severity. That would be really cool, but it's not a critical thing. It's not a must-have. It would just be a nice-to-have. Because right now we are storing the alert in state. I need to make sure that's another thing as well to do. Ensure alerts are cleared the moment they are dispatched for consumption. So the moment we dispatch it in whatever form, if we showing an error on a form or if we showed a snack bar, we need to clear the error in state, because otherwise it just chills there. And my issue was you go do something else and it's, yeah, I need to figure out a better way to deal with the errors. Am I going to stream tonight? Learn every night, every day, all the time. So it should be on pretty much around the same time that I started yesterday, maybe a bit earlier. Oh, it'll be about anywhere between 9 p.m. and 11 p.m. your time, Lynn. That's when I'll start. We're the same time zone, so yeah. Continue streaming the amazing soundtrack. I'll definitely keep it in my playlist. It's pretty awesome. Continue streaming it for half an hour. Just leave my stream open. Alright, you know something I should do that I haven't done in a while, I keep forgetting, is raiding people. So let's find someone to raid. And let's show them some love. Sorry, I'm slurring, it's been over 24 hours for me. Let's go find someone who doesn't have that many viewers and give them love, because you know we should spread it. So if you guys would help me, I would really appreciate that. I think I found someone. Someone's doing their Android finals. Sounds like they might need some encouragement. So let's go ahead and give them some encouragement. Let me get this person's username. There we go. So I need a raid from my channel. There we go. So I'll see you guys on the next one. Thank you so much for everyone that dropped by. Thank you, Oxanta, for the donation, and thank you for all the follows, everyone. I really appreciate it. See you guys on the next one. Bye for now.
Possible.